Hello, I'm Tasha and welcome to QB Conservation, your lockdown lowdown on new ecology research. In this series, we challenged biologists at Queen's to tell us about exciting new research in just a few minutes.
So my name's John Houghton and I'm a senior lecturer, that's associate professor, for those outside the kind of UK, in marine biology at Queen's University Belfast.
What is the SeaMonitor Basking Shark project?
SeaMonitor Basking Shark is trying to find a way where we can think collectively about basking shark conservation in our little corner of the world, which contains Scotland, Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland. Because the animals are so fast moving and they move so freely between these different territorial waters, we want to kind of join up our thinking and come up with a really good collective response how we can manage and conserve them. If you're going to bring it into the context of sort of protected areas or conservation measures, you need to be able to know what the animals are doing over a longer period of time, which is where the monitoring comes on. So if we designate a particular area or we consider a particular area important, how do we substantiate important and how do we know it stays kind of a hotspot for that species?
Why are basking sharks particularly important in this area?
Conservation of basking sharks in this region is really important, I guess, because there's good numbers of basking sharks around our region. But we're going back a century. They were viewed more pragmatically as a resource, almost as a fisheries catch, and yeah, their numbers did drop. So the efforts now are to really make sure that they are on their way back and to make sure we can remove any obstacles to that recovery.
Do you have hope for the future of basking shark conservation?
I think it's really quite hopeful. I mean, we're in a fantastic technological age. Technology doesn't make you smart, but it does enable you to actually ask and try and draw in some information on some previously impossible questions. I think there's a lot of good people in this game. A lot of people are talking to each other. There's a real kind of momentum for everyone working together towards the common goal. So yeah, yes, I'm hopeful.
My name is Ross O'Neill. I'm with the Marine Institute. My role is to look after the autonomous underwater vehicle, otherwise known as the glider.
My name is Catherine Waters. I'm a scientific and technical officer in the Marine Institute, based in Newport. Predominantly I've been involved with the acoustic tagging of Atlantic salmon. We've also supported Queen's University Belfast with the tagging of basking shark and flapper skate.
So the glider is essentially an underwater robotic torpedo that can be programmed to travel to various locations within the ocean. And while travelling, it records environmental data such as water temperature and salinity, but also has a capability to listen out for any dolphins or whales in the area, and also any fish, animals or other animals that might be tagged with acoustic tags, and it detects them, and then we can tell essentially where these fish or animals are at a given time.
And so the SeaMonitor project that we've both been working on has really fitted into our institute really well. It's been a really innovative project. My role, acoustically tagging Atlantic salmon, releasing them from our Burrishoole facility out in Newport, and basically tracking the Atlantic salmon through the inshore waters through Clew Bay, Clare Island and Achill, and basically monitoring their migration pathways, the timings and the speed that it takes them to get out into the marine environment. So in this project we've been able to track our salmon further than we ever have before in the marine environment, and Ross has been operating the glider. Can go into that a bit more?
Yeah, so typically with acoustic tagging you're limited to areas close to where your acoustic receivers are, which are usually in coastal waters just for ease of access. So once these fish move beyond these ranges where they can be picked up, they kind of go out into the unknown, into the open ocean, and this is a huge problem for understanding salmon migration. So using the robotic glider, we were able to deploy it up along the shelf edge, which is a kind of area of water where the depth goes from about 200 metres down to over a kilometre quite quickly. As a result, there's a current that flows very fast, coming up from the Bay of Biscay all the way up to Norway, where we believe the salmon use this current as a kind of a motorway to get up to feeding ground there. The glider was deployed 3 times on a mission up in that neck of the woods, kind of northwest of Scotland, northwest of the Hebrides. And what we were able to identify was the detection of 4 separate salmon skulls. And as Kat mentioned, the furthest in Europe from their spawning rivers at over 600 kilometres, which was one that we Catherine tagged on the west coast of Ireland and was picked all the way up off the north of Scotland.
The really great thing about the SeaMonitor project is it's such a collaborative project. There are multiple partners from Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland. And we've all been working together now for a few years, so we've got some really strong collaborative bonds. And as I mentioned, we've been working with Queen's University Belfast on the basking shark and the flapper skate. And we've actually been tagging those individuals for them, and very little is known about those animals. They're really sensitive species, so anything that we can do, any information we can give is new and is novel. So it's been really great to work with all different partners in the different jurisdictions, because as you know, like the animals we've been working on, they don't know any borders or jurisdictions, so yeah, it's been really great to be able to track them further than we ever had before up the west coast of Ireland and Scotland.
I suppose as we go into the future, the work that's been undertaken by the SeaMonitor project lays the foundation for a better understanding of how climate change is impacting the ocean, not only physical oceanography, but also on the animals that live there. The animals, you know, that move and migrate and feed and completely live in the ocean, they're the best indicators of change in the ocean. So by understanding how their natural behaviour is changing, we can understand what's actually going on in the ocean.
And yeah, hopefully we can build on SeaMonitor now into the future.
A unique marine research project was launched in April 2019. SeaMonitor is aiming to help address some of the issues facing our ocean life in our regional waters.
So I guess at the core of it, kind of the original thinking of it, there's a strong sort of salmon heart to the project, which is the reason for looking at that offshore movement of salmon and looking at that kind of survivorship out in the open water areas. The original idea expanded very rapidly, so to include basking sharks, to include skate, to include porpoise, to include the seals.
Delivered on an unprecedented scale, this is Europe's largest marine life tracking project. A variety of species are tagged with transmitters, sending out a range of information, including location and depth, with the data recorded as they pass a line of underwater receivers called an array. The information will help us better understand and protect some of the most vulnerable species in our seas. In March 2020, the Marine Institute's research vessel, Celtic Voyager, was commissioned to deploy the line of underwater receivers which make up the array. Using the latest in GPS and acoustic telemetry technology, these receivers will stretch from Malin Head in Ireland to Islay in Scotland. With the data collected, tracks and models will be generated to better understand species and the pressures they face. Loughs Agency and an international consortium of partners. Together, we will produce marine spatial models for each species. Working collaboratively with a variety of stakeholders and our sister projects, for the first time, marine management plans will be developed for Atlantic salmon in the Foyle and Clyde River systems. To learn more, please visit our website, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to our joint e-zine.
Research on cetaceans is important for many reasons. First off, to protect them as species, but also to protect the whole marine environment.
The main objective of GMIT's involvement in SeaMonitor is to carry out the acoustic monitoring. So we are looking at cetacean occurrence. It also allows us to identify threats that could, in the long term, have huge issues for these animals. So by doing this research, then we're able to look at best practices for the conservation of the species.
And we're using acoustics because it can allow us to monitor for a very long period of time. And also cetaceans are kind of hard to see. Like first, we only see them when they come to the surface. And then you need very calm sea conditions, which doesn't happen every day. So the acoustic is really interesting for us. We can leave the hydrophone in the water for months at a time. And then when we get them back, we get detections. It works pretty well with cetaceans because they are very vocal species. They use sound for navigation, foraging, communication. How can we tell which species it is when we're recording with the hydrophone? Some cetaceans have a signature, and then the patterns in their call can help us determine the species.
The main cetacean species that we think that we're going to get is harbour porpoise, bottlenose dolphins, common dolphins, Risso's dolphins if they were in the area. We can target baleen whales as well.
We set up a collaboration with two other projects, MARPAM and Compass. So we conducted land-based surveys, and then based on this we can compute where the animal was, and the idea is getting a detection range for the hydrophones.
Ladies and gents, we'll be starting in just a few minutes. If you wouldn't mind please taking your seats, we'll kick off shortly. See you in 2 or 3 minutes. Is this thing working? Yes, that's a good start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the SeaMonitor-STRAITS Conference. I hope you had a really fantastic day yesterday, and there'll be plenty more to learn and connect today, I suppose. My name is Simon Watt. I'm going to be your host for this evening, or today, this morning. Should get that right, shouldn't I, to begin with? As you can probably tell, I'm from Northern Ireland myself, so it's a real privilege to be back here, and it's just great seeing stuff like this happening. It is going to be a very busy day, so we're going to try and keep it as tight to time as we can, but we've got a couple of things we want to do. First of all, massive thanks to Ross for comparing and taking care of everything yesterday. Also, you'll see if you look in front of you, on each of your tables, there are some ways of signing your life away, basically. This is a chance for you to say that you've got permission for us to use your image for promotional stuff next year. If you wouldn't mind filling that out, it would be really useful to help promote things like this in the future. If you've got any troubles and you don't want to sign it, go talk to some of the guys at Gray's, either Declan, Erin, any of the people you met at the desk at the front. And without any further ado, I suppose we should kick off. We've got so much to do. There'll be a question and answer session just after lunch. You'll hear a little bit more about me and my ridiculous career before then. But we've got so many guests lined up, and I hope you'll make the kind of connections that will be useful in the next maybe 5 to 10 years even as we go along. So, without much further ado, I'd like to invite our first speaker of the day. Would you please give a round of applause for the Mayor of Derry City and Strabane District Council. It is Councillor Sandra Duffy. Thanks so much.
Just about got up there. Before I even start, I'm just going to say the Guildhall looks amazing, so yous are all really welcome. I am thrilled to welcome you all here to the Guildhall for the second day of the SeaMonitor-STRAITS Conference. I'm told that yesterday was an informative and engaging experience, and I trust that today will continue that experience. The SeaMonitor project, which has been led by Loughs Agency, is a fantastic initiative that aims to track and protect the marine environment in our local waters. As Mayor of Derry City and Strabane District Council, I am really proud to support this innovative project and its use of the state-of-the-art technology to gather data on the movements and behaviour of key marine species such as basking sharks, cetaceans, Atlantic salmon, seals and skate. I know that the information will be invaluable in helping the right people understand and protect aquatic life and their habitats, which in turn will help to raise awareness about the importance of our marine environment, while also encouraging local people to become more engaged in its conservation. I believe that the SeaMonitor project has had far-reaching benefits for our community here in the Northwest, not just in terms of protecting our natural resources, but also in terms of creating new opportunities for research, education and tourism. Amid the positive impact felt by the SeaMonitor project, I am equally excited about the launch of the STRAITS, a new project that has received €3.5 million of funding as part of the Horizon 2030 initiative. This 4-year project will run until the end of 2026, essentially acting as a successor of SeaMonitor, and I urge you all to support it in any way that you can. I have such an esteemed international delegation here in our beautiful city. It's a wonderful sight for me to see, and I couldn't think of a better place to host this conference than in our beautiful Guildhall. I am proud to say that this slice of the Northwest has so much to offer, from its rich history and vibrant culture to its stunning natural beauty. Derry is not just about the past. It's a city that is forward-thinking and innovative. Our city is home to a thriving business community and a dynamic cultural scene that offers something for everyone. From music and theatre to visual arts and literature, Derry is a hub of creativity and talent, but it also sits on the border of Donegal, which has beautiful beaches, and we also have the Causeway Coastal Route right on our doorstep as well. Our warm and welcoming people will always make this city truly special. We are a city of storytellers, and our rich culture is shared with pride and enthusiasm by our local people. So as I leave you, I encourage you all to make the most of your time here in Derry and explore everything that we have to offer. Thank you for having me this morning, and I hope that you thoroughly enjoy the remainder of the SeaMonitor-STRAITS Conference, and I thank you all for attending. So thank yous, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much to the Mayor for those kind words, and it's just really nice to see how proud the city is of the work that has been happening here. It's not very often we get to speak at things where somebody has to risk assess the chance of tripping over an inflatable seal. So it is an honour to have you here. Now we're going to get cracking on to our next person. Would you please welcome the Northern Ireland Acting Joint Secretary of the North-South Ministerial Council? It's Richard Hill. Round of applause, please.
Thanks very much, Simon. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. And in true joint North style, Mark will be speaking after me, so hopefully we don't contradict each other. So firstly, I'd like to begin by paying tribute to Sharon McMahon, who's been at the helm of the Loughs Agency since early 2017, and as well to her directors and all their staff for their hard work and dedication, often in very challenging circumstances. Without the drive and determination and the vision of the Loughs Agency team, we wouldn't be here today, and I think it's very important that we acknowledge this. We'd also like to pass on our appreciation to Heather Mackey, the chair of the board, and all the board members for their important role in supporting the agency team and giving that vital direction. So we're here today to celebrate the closure of SeaMonitor and the launch of the Straits project, but I also want to mark the Loughs Agency work and achievement over the last 23 plus years. As Joint Secretary of the North-South Ministerial Council, I'm always delighted to see the excellent work of the North-South bodies being showcased and to recognise successful North-South cooperation. Today, I'm particularly pleased as not only are we marking the closure of one successful project, we are looking forward to new exciting work, which I'm sure will further cement the Loughs Agency's reputation in this area. Of course, as Sharon regularly reminds us, the Loughs Agency boasts a longer history than any of the other North-South bodies. It is the original cross-border body, having been established in 1952 as the Foyle Fisheries Commission. And since that time, the Loughs Agency has played an important role in both jurisdictions, a role which was further expanded when it took on responsibility for Carlingford Lough and its catchment in 1999. The scope of the Loughs Agency work, the scope of the Loughs Agency's reach is not always appreciated, although I suspect this audience may be more informed than most. The agency has responsibility for a vast area covering both lochs and their surrounding catchments. In fact, the agency manages over 4,000 square kilometres of catchment, along with both the sea lochs, and as well as they are extending 12 miles out to sea from the mouth of Lough Foyle. So, in my role in the NSMC Secretariat, I have first-hand experience of what positive North-South cooperation can deliver. And these projects add to a long list of activities which clearly show the benefits of working on a cross-jurisdictional basis and fully utilising the best skill sets regardless of where they come from. When the ministers come together with a common purpose and work together, real benefits can be delivered for all the people on this island and beyond. We're all facing similar issues, and we all want to advance similar priorities. In the case of SeaMonitor and Straits, we all want to better understand the life cycles of marine species so that we can ensure they're protected and the policy is guided by evidence. Essentially, it's about mutually beneficial cooperation. When we look at cooperation in this context, it simply makes sense to cooperate in order to get positive outcomes for all our citizens. But of course, it hasn't always been plain sailing. However, we're hopeful that the current difficulties can be resolved, the institutions restored, and that organisations such as the Loughs Agency will continue to be supported in their work in delivering priorities for both our jurisdictions. So, as I've mentioned, the Loughs Agency may be a relatively small organisation, but it has a big impact. The collaborative nature of these cross-cutting projects is testament to the benefits when organisations work together, and we want to encourage more collaborative work by the North-South bodies, both with each other and with others. It's through collaborations of this nature that the Loughs Agency is building a reputation on the international stage. To develop plans and manage and protect marine species and habitats, there's a need for the creation of robust evidence-based techniques. We need marine research projects that are developed and implemented collaboratively, strategically, and to scale. There's a need for multi-jurisdictional and cross-border approaches to monitor and managing migratory and mobile species to ensure that they are protected. Large-scale monitoring is vital in order to ensure that the same protection is offered to species regardless of where they are or what stage they are in their life cycle. The Loughs Agency can play a key role in this, and acoustic telemetry is a prime example of how this collaboration can be achieved. By understanding the challenges, we can take action to fix the problems. Projects like these play an important role in helping us deal with the impacts of climate change, supporting biodiversity, and in turn the green economy. Because in the end, we all want to leave our environment in a better place for the next generation. So to sum up, North-South cooperation takes ongoing effort. It's not without its challenges, but positive relationships and good collaboration, as are so apparent when we look at the success stories like the SeaMonitor project, can help drive improvements in both jurisdictions. Because, again, in the end, we want to leave this island a better place for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. And now we're going to hear from your counterpart in the Republic of Ireland. Please welcome to the stage the Southern Joint Secretary of the North-South Ministerial Council, Mark Hannafy. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Simon, and thanks to the Loughs Agency for the kind invitation to participate in this week's conference and to speak to you this morning. I have the privilege of following on from my counterpart from the Northern Ireland Executive, Richard Hill, this morning. We work together to support North-South cooperation on this island, and not only will I refrain from contradicting Richard, I will indeed fully endorse on behalf of the Irish government the sentiments that Richard has expressed about the value of this week's event and the broader impact of the work that has been done by the Loughs Agency in fulfilling the very important mandate that it was given following the Good Friday Agreement of 1998. In particular, I would like to echo Richard's words of appreciation to Sharon McMahon and to the staff of the Loughs Agency, and indeed to the board chaired by Heather Mackey, for the really hard work that's done on a daily basis to ensure that the agency continues to make its important contribution across both jurisdictions on this island. It's notable that we are here today at a conference marking the conclusion of a major research project led by the Loughs Agency and supported by the European Union's INTERREG VA programme. That programme is managed by the Special EU Programmes Body, which, like the Loughs Agency, is one of the North-South implementation bodies created as part of Strand 2 of the Good Friday Agreement of 1998. And I'm very conscious that just walking into the room this morning, we had beside the door outside the Nobel Prize Medal that was presented to John Hume alongside David Trimble for their work in bringing this island to the place where the Good Friday Agreement could be concluded back in 1998. As we approach the 25th anniversary of that agreement, which will come up in April of this year, it seems an appropriate time to reflect on the transformative impact the agreement had on this island and the many, many different ways in which that impact has been visible over the past 25 years. The Good Friday Agreement gave us, through the North-South Ministerial Council and the North-South implementation bodies, a structure through which we can work together on this island to address shared challenges and to explore shared opportunities in a coordinated way. For much of the 20th century, North-South cooperation was neither easy nor comfortable. It's fair to say that when the Foyle Fisheries Commission, as Richard has noted, the precursor of the Loughs Agency, was initially established back in 1952, it was one of the first in a very limited range of examples of the two administrations on this island deciding to work together to address shared challenges. But that changed in 1998 with the Good Friday Agreement and the new architecture for North-South cooperation that was put in place through Strand 2 of that agreement. Cooperation across the border to provide tangible benefits to citizens in both jurisdictions, working together to deliver more effectively than we ever could if we were to work separately, became a fundamental part of the way public policy and public services work on this island. At an institutional level, 800 people are working every day through organisations like the Loughs Agency and the other North-South bodies created under the Good Friday Agreement to advance shared objectives on an all-island basis. Here in Derry, for example, lives are literally being saved through North-South cooperation in the health sector through the provision of hospital care in Alpnagalvin Hospital, not far from us, here in Northern Ireland, for patients from County Donegal on the opposite side of the border. So looking back to where we came from in the days when the Foyle Fisheries Commission was first established back then in 1952, all of that really does mark a profound change and a hugely significant achievement, something that has benefited communities in all parts of this island. It's an achievement in which the Loughs Agency and those who contribute to the work of the agency have played a very important part. The Loughs Agency's leadership of the SeaMonitor project is a very clear demonstration of the impact the work of the body can have. It's also a really outstanding example of multi-stakeholder cooperation with North-South and East-West dimensions, involving partners from across these islands and beyond. And as such, it very clearly illustrates how North-South cooperation and East-West cooperation between these islands can be mutually reinforcing. It's very encouraging to see the Loughs Agency and its partners build on the significant achievements of SeaMonitor between 2019 and 2022 as it now prepares to embark upon the Straits project. This new work will make a very important contribution to the evidence base needed for the development of effective policies to address biodiversity challenges and reverse the degradation of marine ecosystems across Ireland, Britain and Europe. It is really an example of world-leading scientific endeavour. And it's a source of great pride to those involved in the mechanisms of North-South cooperation at a time when those mechanisms are, as Richard has said, facing some challenges. To see the Loughs Agency as a North-South implementation body take such a prominent and leading role internationally. We wish the agency and its partners all the very best as they move ahead with this ambitious and important project. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mark. It is just fantastic to hear how great collaborative projects can really happen like this. We are stronger together. Now, our next speaker unfortunately cannot be joining us in person today, but they have pre-recorded an address that we'll play in just a moment. This is the Minister for Environment and Land Reform in Scotland, and she was invited to speak at this conference given the Scottish involvement in the SeaMonitor project, particularly in relation to salmon research. So let's have a listen to Mary McKellen.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The SeaMonitor project has been a tremendous success for the partners and jurisdictions involved. Protecting and restoring populations of wild salmon is a priority for the Scottish Government, and I'm particularly delighted that the University of Glasgow, my old law school, has played a prominent role in the project, leading on salmon migration modelling. SeaMonitor has been made possible through European territorial cooperation programmes, which provide outstanding opportunities for partners in different geographies to come together, pooling our talent and resources. Indeed, the SeaMonitor project has served to underline just how the challenges that we face are always best served by working cooperatively across borders. We share the waters that surround our jurisdictions, and the knowledge and expertise that has been exchanged through the project has led to the quite excellent outcome that you will hear about today. Now, I mentioned that the University of Glasgow has led on the salmon migration modelling and the development of the marine management plan for salmon in the Clyde catchment, a first for the nation. The university's involvement with the salmon research elements of the project has been a really key part of its success. Today you will hear from Professor Colin Adams and Dr. Han Honneken from the University of Glasgow. They will explain their research in greater detail. I wish to extend my congratulations and thanks to the university, to the professors involved, to everyone involved for the groundbreaking work that has been undertaken. Wild Atlantic salmon are an iconic species to Scotland, providing a wealth of environmental and economic benefits. However, there is now unequivocal evidence that salmon populations are continuing to decline and really are at crisis point. Scottish Government are committed to tackling the wide range of pressures that impact wild salmon, and that's why we published the Wild Salmon Strategy last year with an accompanying implementation plan published earlier this month. This package of work sets out our vision to have wild salmon and the actions that government and our delivery partners need to take to realise that vision. Now, a key theme within the implementation plan is on the importance of having a coordinated approach to science and evidence, which will allow us to better understand the pressures on wild salmon and the effectiveness of the management actions that we take. To help achieve this, we will establish a scientific advisory board which will enable strategic delivery, analysis and publication of scientific data. Projects such as SeaMonitor contribute to this vital evidence base, and they help us understand how smolts migrate on their long journey to their North Atlantic feeding grounds. And I very much am looking forward to seeing how the findings from SeaMonitor, as well as the many other tracking studies currently underway, can feed into this scientific advisory board and help us protect and restore wild salmon populations. Now, all of this has been made possible through the ETC INTERREG programmes, which allow Scotland and our neighbours to work collaboratively and strategically to tackle and develop solutions to shared opportunities and challenges. This cross-border collaboration offers the platform to operate at scale, building and accessing capacity to extend and improve services. Working across nations allows project partners to capitalise on our complementary experience and to work in innovative ways. And in working with cooperation programmes, participants have gone on to innovate and to perform better, for example, by gaining valuable institutional capacity and learning, allowing issues to be addressed on a more impactful scale, and offering structure and focus to existing international links. And all of this whilst offering the opportunity to engage on issues of shared interests across Europe. The Scottish Government recognises, and I'm sure project partners would agree, the importance of being able to work across borders, to share our expertise in matters such as the environment and biodiversity. Good experience and engagement with past programmes and project means there is a strong commitment in Scotland to continue participation as Peace Plus builds on the successes of Peace 4 and INTERREG Va. Scottish partners and their expertise are valued by collaboration partners, Scottish Government, SEUPB, and the accountable departments in the island of Ireland. I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to address you today. The SeaMonitor project has been a tremendous example of the benefits of cross-border cooperation and collaboration. I'm so delighted that the University of Glasgow has played a crucial role in the delivery of the project, and I welcome the Peace Plus as a mechanism through which we can sustain and develop the long-standing relationships between Scotland, Northern Ireland and the border counties of Ireland. I wish you every success in your future endeavours. Scotland is ready to contribute to these. Thank you.
We will be sure to email your applause. A big thank you to Mari for recording that and the Scottish Government for facilitating it. Now, our next speaker represents a body that has been vitally important throughout the entire SeaMonitor project. The Special EU Programmes Body. It's an cross-border body set up under the Good Friday Agreement, and it has provided SeaMonitor with some 4.7 million euros of funding through the INTERREG VA programme. So, please welcome to the stage the CEO of the Special EU Programmes Body, Gina McIntyre.
First hurdle accomplished, I got on the stage. Good morning, everybody, and it's an absolute delight to be here today. I can't believe that it was so many years ago when we launched this programme, and I really want to pay tribute to Sharon, the CEO of Loughs Agency, for ensuring that the programme delivered through very challenging times, especially over the last couple of years. So I want to congratulate everybody involved in the programme, but in particular, and I hate to pull out a few, but I really think it's worthwhile to mention two particular people. Ross McGill, obviously, who was the project manager on this programme, who did a fantastic job, and also Colin Adams, who was instrumental in bringing the Scottish element to the table, at times dragging them to the table maybe, but certainly the Scottish element to this programme has been fantastic. So we're really delighted. Not only is it the Loughs Agency and all of the partners involved, but in Northern Ireland, Ireland and in Western Scotland, which is what the INTERREG programme actually funds, that region, but also much further afield with Canada and America being involved as well, and Cork Marines Institute. So that is the whole raison d'etre of the INTERREG programmes. This INTERREG programme is not unique. There are almost 70 of them across Europe, and they obviously are on every border, and they are there specifically to deal with the challenges of a border. Because of usually the geography, the rural areas, the environmental issues, all of those issues that, away from the urban settings, the border people face much more difficult issues than others. So the INTERREG programme is there to help develop social, economic and environmental well-being of everybody in the border region. It doesn't just stop with the border region, as this programme has shown, this project has shown. It has reached out to experts who can help, and that's what it's all about. Collaboration, cooperation, bringing in expertise where it's needed, and being able to deliver on the project with the best experts at the table. And I'm not going to talk at all about the project because I would be too embarrassed to talk in front of all of you who are the experts in this field, but just know that we are so, so proud of what you've done, what you've delivered, how important this project is. The reason it was included, the whole area was included in the INTERREG programme, was obviously to do with environmental protection and the contribution that this project can make in the research to the EU Atlantic strategy. And you have done it. We, as I said, are very, very happy with the partnership, with your partnership. The INTERREG programme is a partnership as well, and for that reason I'd like to also pay tribute to the departments, the accountable departments. I know spoke to you yesterday and are represented in the room. The Departments of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland, and the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government in Ireland, for their financial contribution and their non-financial contribution to the project, and also for the University of Glasgow, who did also financially contribute to the project. And one of the wonderful things about this project was that it also didn't just work in isolation, it worked with other INTERREG projects funded in this area, the Compass and MARPAM projects. And so that only lends to the collaboration and the cooperation and the impact of this project. So for the funding that we've put into this and the others, I'm sure we've got an awful lot more back than the value of what we've put in. We've already heard from Richard and Mark the importance of the cross-border bodies, the importance of the work that's been carried out over the years. It just makes sense. It's just common sense that we work together for the benefit of everybody. And we're delighted, therefore, that this celebration comes in this year, and we're able to celebrate with one of our sister bodies, the Loughs Agency, at this time. So congratulations to you for this, Sharon. It really is a credit to you. We are also very happy to tell you that this is not the end. It has been referenced by the Scottish Minister and alluded to by others that there is a future funding programme, the Peace Plus programme. You can see the impact of peace and INTERREG funding in this city alone. You just have to look at the Peace Bridge out there, which was funded obviously from the Peace programme, and then look at the transport hub, the railway station and multimodal hub, which was funded from the INTERREG programme. So, and of course this project. So they're dealing with all the fish that are going up and down underneath the bridge and beside the railway station. But the activities then from those two programmes have been brought together. The investment areas have been brought together in the new Peace Plus programme. That programme is expected to launch in May. So we're really honoured, and we know how privileged we are to have that EU funding programme. It will again be, and we want to thank everybody involved who's contributing to that. It's a partnership, as all these things are, between the EU, the Government of Ireland, the Government of the UK and the Northern Ireland Executive, who will all contribute to the programme. It's a huge investment of 1.1 billion for this region. But this project is a shining example of what can be done not just within Northern Ireland and the 6 border counties, but by bringing in experts who are natural linkages to the project. And that's one of the pieces in the new Peace Plus programme that we're really excited about. There is no limit to how you can bring in those people that you naturally will work with, whether that's across the island of Ireland, whether it's the east-west connection, Scotland in particular, and anywhere on the east side, or further afield, as this one has done all across Europe, America. If there's a natural link to an expert who's going to help build on the project, which will benefit this area, then they're very welcome to get involved. And I think that's a real exciting part of the new programme. It allows people to think bigger, think differently, look to something more strategic. And so for that, we're really delighted, and I would ask you to follow our website. Not that I really need to, because I know that every one of you are already working on applications for Peace Plus, because we have a theme, Theme 5, which is about environmental sustainability to the future, and there's about 300 million in that, and there's 25 million allocated to exactly this type of project. So I know that's already been well earmarked by some. We won't name any names, Sharon. But I just want to say congratulations to everybody involved. I hope you had a great day yesterday. It looked like a really exciting agenda, and I know that you had a really nice night last night for your dinner, and maybe you were up a little bit late. So I will not hold you back any further other than to say congratulations, enjoy the rest of the day, and more importantly, enjoy the new project, the new Straits project that you're going to carry on this work. And I look forward to seeing you again in Peace Plus when we will be launching, I'm sure, many more projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gina, and thanks for reminding us how important it is that things like this continue to thrive. Now, we've already heard from somebody from Old Scotia, but our next guest is somebody from Nova Scotia in Canada, perhaps coming the furthest of anybody who's here today. He is the Executive Director of the Ocean Tracking Network, or OTN as you may know it, which is based at Dalhousie? Hope I'm getting that. Dalhousie, I should have asked before, University. And they've worked with the Loughs Agency and all the partner organisations since the very beginning of this project, and will continue to do so more moving into the Straits project. Now, please welcome to the stage Dr. Frederick Horiski.
Ooh, sorry about that. I'm one of those who have the osteoarthritis, just had an ankle replacement shortly before coming over here, slowly working my way through that. That follows on a hip replacement and a knee replacement previously, which just concretely proves that unlike most people that have the decency to die all at once, I'm going one joint at a time. So I apologize for that. Now, we got to figure this out here. I'm extremely proud and grateful for the invitation to be here, and I cannot thank everybody in the room, but also on the streets that we have met for the welcome that we've had here. It has been extraordinary. My origins are Boston, Massachusetts. Prior to that, Galway. So I'm part of the potato famine generation, and it's a great pleasure to be here. But I come here representing something else called the Ocean Tracking Network. Did I hit the wrong button there? I did. Make it come back. Yep. Okay, which way do we advance? There we go. Didn't get our briefings before we go. Okay, so first I talk about the Ocean Tracking Network, and I come here speaking on behalf of Canada. Really, the hero behind this story is the Canada Foundation for Innovation, a funding agency of the Government of Canada, who years ago saw the value of pushing out international collaboration. This is not easy for a small country like Canada to do. There are always calls for the resources to be used elsewhere. It's also important that you, as a small country, focus your resources in areas where you have a gift to offer to the rest of the world, someplace where you're good at what you're doing. This has been abundantly clear in this room, what Ireland and Scotland and others have to offer the rest of the world. What we have to offer is these telemetry systems. We're very good at the engineering of it. Our scientists are very good at that, and we're trying to bring this forward. That was the ontogeny of the Ocean Tracking Network. We were established in 2008 by this Canada Foundation for Innovation in order to become a national science facility, also known as a major science initiative, to provide a research infrastructure that helped global scientists to address the critical problems that they needed to do. We work primarily with acoustic telemetry, acoustic receiver networks. We also operate a fleet of marine autonomous vehicles. I have 14 of these gliders that we have out in the Atlantic Ocean doing various things at various times. And we are an International Oceanographic Commission Associate Data Unit. Why is that important? Well, as you look at all those little dots on the map, these are the places where people have compatible acoustic telemetry equipment operating. But they don't talk to each other unless you have a system in which you can exchange the information that's coming from them. So we in Canada have devoted half of my staff and half of my resources to building a data system that is intercompatible, so that when you register your animals that you've tagged and when you register the detections you have on receiver units in their area, an investigator can come in, harvest all of that, and derive the insights that come out of that. An absolutely critical step, and one that most investigators do not incorporate at the start of their programs, the idea that I need to be sharing this data and moving it out in a wrap. So we have done that to make this possible. Focus of this is the movement and survival of marine animals. The ocean is changing faster than any of us can barely believe. Here in Halifax now, we have kids standing on the docks that used to catch mackerel, and they're catching tropical fish like mahi-mahi from the areas. It is almost inconceivable how fast this is changing. We need to get a handle on this and look forward as to what our new ocean is going to be. And we are an endorsed project of the Marine Life 2030 program of the UN Decade of Ocean Science and Sustainable Development. This is to anchor our scientists in political policy, to show that they are relevant, that they are doing the things that are critically important to everybody. And in terms of the programs that we have underway, I've got 3,000 affiliated researchers working with the Ocean Tracking Network now, 45,000 tagged animals that are out and running on a global basis, and we have 311 species in 956 projects. So you are all a critically important part of that. So, I was asked to be an eminence grise here by Ross to discuss a little bit the lessons that have come from operating a network like this and also from projects like this. My wife is still laughing at the thought of me providing wisdom to the august audience here, but I will go ahead and do this one. One thing I have discovered is everything that I think I have learned out of wisdom, somebody else has discovered before. So I tend to operate from quotes from other groups that have shown this. And we start here first with one that came out of Nature, an editorial line that says, "The future lies in standing on the shoulders of crowds, not standing on the shoulders of giants." All the easy problems have been solved. We are now facing global level challenges where no one group is going to be able to do this now. So we have got to begin husbanding our resources and making those worse. Today's science is really all about the kinds of collaborations like we have seen in this particular room. Now, there's a journey that gets you to that. And as I said, I derive the wisdom from others. And the first bit of wisdom I want to share with you comes from Samuel Langhorne Clemens. Most of you know him as Mark Twain. The quote of particular relevance for what we have here now is that the secret of getting ahead is getting started. The inertia on starting the SeaMonitor program or on any of these particular programs is an overwhelming task that falls on a small group of people to make happen. Where does this inertia come from? Starts with people who are seeking perfection, which is the enemy of progress. If it's not perfect, we're just not going to buy in, we're not going to start. There are the time limitations on everybody. Academic sector, government, you've all got other things that you're doing. How do you find the time to build a project like this one? You have conflicting activities. Sometimes what you're trying to build actually conflicts with a policy, dare I say, or a project that's elsewhere in your organization. People are burning out from all of the things that are going on, notably COVID on top of everything else. But maybe one of the more interesting ones in the academic community, I do spend a fair bit of time scolding academics, boils down to the question of, do I really need to make peace with that group and actually begin to work with them? And the answer is yes. You got to do that. We got to bury the hatchets and get to work on doing the things that we need to do. Second lesson, here we go. Pointing it in the wrong way, comes from another great thinker, Muhammad Ali. Now, most of people don't actually think of Muhammad Ali as a great thinker, but this quote I really, really love. It's not the mountains ahead you have to climb that wear you out, it's the pebble in your shoe. In these collaborations, the small things are really, really important. The pitfalls for standing on the shoulders of crowds. Large projects like this are highly accountable to governments. Most academics don't quite see that. You get the great vision, we see what we're going to do for science, but the fact is there's reporting on timelines, there's budgetary issues that need to be dealt with. There are a whole suite of small things, any one of which grinds the entire project to a halt. The miracles that the Loughs Agency, Ross, Sharon, the entire staff have built behind that in bringing this one together cannot be underestimated. So my hat is off to you all for having done what you've done and to meet the needs of these funding agencies that have sent such very positive signals to you right now. The signal is it's ours to lose. We have, but don't forget about all of these other extremely important details that are here that we need to deal with on all of these particular fronts. And the last quote that I wanted to, not quite there. So in terms of where we are with SeaMonitor and the Straits project right now, What you have delivered is visionary science that is needed by the citizens. It is absolutely world-class, that which has been presented here. You've got a highly motivated and skilled science team, as good as any that's anywhere in the world to do things. The equally skilled and critically important management capabilities that are present now in the Loughs Agency. And with the existence of the programs, the Loughs Agency and these others that have just been discussed, we have the pan-European mechanisms in which to do this and to tie into things like the Global Ocean Tracking Network to deliver on these projects. Which brings me, I think, to the last quote that I wanted to bring, and this one is about the future. And the quote comes from Josh Brillings in 1919. "It ain't what a man don't know that makes him a fool, but what he does know that ain't so." You rephrased this in yesterday's presentation by saying, what were the surprises that occurred in the projects? And I flagged a few of those. Diego mentioned that I am shocked that we have to collaborate to actually protect species. Actually, that shouldn't be an insight, but it was, and it was really quite a remarkable observation. There was another one. We weren't sure this was going to work. Colin Adams made it. Colin, I was telling you from the start that this was going to work. It has worked. All of that can happen, but at least now it's heartfelt, and you know that we can throw things into the water, and it will come back, and it will work, and it will generate the kinds of results we have. The point was made that we'll probably make good decisions from now on, or at least right decisions, because we have more information than we've ever had before. Is that really a shocking insight? It shouldn't be, but it is. And the final one was that maybe we need international regulations to protect marine habitats. All I could say to that one was, duh, we absolutely, positively have to do that. But that doesn't even scratch the surface of the final observation, which is this room is full of newly trained, highly qualified personnel. The skill base that these individuals have, the equity, diversity, inclusiveness that they bring to the table, and the insights that they're going to generate are going to absolutely blow us away and totally change our perception of things that are going on and what's going to happen. So it's a very bright future as far as I'm concerned. So with that, that's what I had to offer. I hope it was useful to you, and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Frederick. And I know that the whole SeaMonitor team will be grateful for OTN's support throughout all of this and what's coming ahead. Now, I'm sure perhaps one of the most important bits of this whole thing, you've probably been wondering, has this all worked? How's it been going? And so to tell us a little bit more about the project as a whole, please welcome, I feel like he needs no introduction to the stage, it's Ross McGill.
Okay, you're probably sick of seeing and hearing from me, but I'm back. Before I get started, we do need to have another embarrassing moment of thanks. This time it is for our board, project board. So I'd ask you to stand when I call you out. Boards are project sponsors. They don't meet that often, quarterly, maybe 3 times a year, or as needed. But when things start to go wrong and you can't handle it at the officer, project management, steering group level, damn, they're important. You do need to lean on them and their expertise and their higher level contacts to get through blockages. And that's what this board have provided from day one. As a project manager, I couldn't have asked for a better board. With Sharon McMahon, I've called you out so you have to stand, as the chair. In no other order of importance, just as I've named them, listed them, Neil O'Mallady from Marine Institute. Not standing, Neil? Oh, we'll point him out. Okay, Joanne O'Brien from Atlantic Technical University. Jonathan Houghton from Queen's University Belfast. Mark Jessup from University College Cork. Colin Adams from the University of Glasgow. Fred Worski. And Peter Jan Skån, who's not here today, from AFBI. And then on the sponsor department side, oh, and sorry, before I get to sponsor departments, our project officer, Andrew King, is here today from SUPB. Again, as that first point of contact with the funder, Andrew couldn't have been better. He was always there on the other end of the phone when we needed him. Big problems, small problems, I'll get right on that. I'll get back to you, but he did get back to you. Do you know what I mean? If he didn't know the answer, it was great, Andrew. We really appreciate the support on all the different levels. And then on the project sponsor side, we had Oliver Ocala. Oliver's here. Colin Armstrong from the Department in the North. And Michael McLeod from Marine Scotland Science, who couldn't be here today as well. And last but not least, we also had JP O'Doherty, who hasn't been named and shamed today. I don't know if JP's in the crowd today, but we'll give JP a round of applause today. Okay, that's the embarrassing moment of thanks out of the way. This section on the agenda has been sticking out like a sore thumb to all of us involved because I don't know how you summarize the results of the SeaMonitor project in, 20, 25 minutes. So I'm going to try and keep this short. We've heard the detail of all the science and all the activities and work packages. And if we are to try and summarize it, we came up with basically 3 main points. It's a proof of concept that we've proven. It's applying the science that we've learned, the data that we've gathered. And we can't harp on about this enough. It's the necessity of the collaboration and what that has looked like. So, proof of concept, I'm cherry-picking slides now from the scientists in the presentation and the books, but we put out Europe's largest fish counter, we're calling it, the biggest array in Europe, okay? We didn't know what was going to work, if we would get any of it back or not. We were told, expect losses of equipment. We had some, but it was acceptable losses. We had staff that were incredibly dedicated. We gathered crew and the technical expertise to get it out. We worked through all the issues and we delivered it. And all the other coastal arrays had their own local problems and stuff that the PIs and their teams, got over. And what we've ended up with is something that we've proven works both in the technical terms. The quantity and the quality of data that it's generated has been beyond our expectations. It's absolutely amazing. And what we've actually created is a shared resource for the region and for Europe. It's not just for this consortium. But the stuff that we were picking up that wasn't ours, that wasn't tagged, fish from other projects that had crossed that main line and around the coast, was mind-blowing and has opened up doors and thinking and what's possible now. We've applied the science. So research projects are just that. They're research and they give data and they advance the science in an incremental way, right? That's how it works. And so SeaMonitor has not been the first of its kind. Before that, there was IBIS. Before that, there was SALSI project, etc. And they build on each other, and you get really fancy, good papers, and everybody's first author jockeying for it and all that stuff and patting ourselves on the back. But not that often do you get to translate the science into something that's a bit more meaningful in the real world and start to be called policy or management ideas. Small idea, and I'll look to Colin for a nodding of approval here, but you had something like the Explorus Centre, right? Ireland's only seal rescue program, which is government funded. We now have, for the first time, empirical evidence that that program works. Nod of approval? Thank you. If you looked stone cold at me for that one, I was gonna, yeah. So that's a small, thing that's come out of SeaMonitor. We have 3 management plans. Now you're probably going, okay, where are they on my table? The equipment's still wet from year 2, all right? We are in the second draft stage with them, but they have their own working groups of people around the table, of experts from the region. And the stuff that's coming out of them is stuff that you've heard. Skate, the knowledge on skate is so low to begin with that we're only finding out about the different species of skate that are in the area and the way that they move a lot more. There already is a management plan that exists in Scotland for Jura and Soonert. And this work from SeaMonitor is going to add to that and elaborate that, and it sets it up nicely for management plans for skate in Northern Ireland and Ireland now, which would not have existed. So we know more about their multinational management implications, the possibility of creating coherent MPA networks for skate, and the movement corridors that are here, that were, until SeaMonitor, not known. Okay, so we all have people's emails now in the room. You're all firmly part of the project or more involved. And you'll be written to for comments on this as it goes to public consultation stage before the end of the project with all these management plans. When we look at a salmon management plan for the foil, again, we've put out the equipment, we've gathered 2 years of data. Even with 3 or 4 years, if it had gone to plan without COVID,
it's probably not enough to hang your hat on for a management plan. Any scientist or policy manager will tell you that, but it's enough to get us going. And we're starting to look at key activities because now we can say, okay, when the fish go into the marine, we know where the losses are occurring for the first time, again, with empirical evidence. So we know where to focus our attention. We know that in a catchment like the Foyle, it's the loch and the lower estuary that's the concern, okay? So what are our options available to us? We put it all on the table and we're assessing things. We're assessing things like how we carve up the land is well known. We have SPAs and SACs, but they only extend to the high water marks. The loch, and I'm not going to get into the politics, don't worry, but it's a gray area, okay? But there are examples of around the world and even closer to home where we could extend the SAC, right? Where we could actually have something that's a little bit more meaningful than a paper exercise to help protect the fish as they migrate. Do we need to look at things like the dredging in the loch and the frequency and the intensity and timing of dredging at certain times of the year? Do we know or have a handle on the aquaculture impacts in the loch and its impacts on a species like salmon or sea trout? Probably not. This is what the management plans are going to be telling us. And the stage we want to get to with a species like salmon is, again, using collaboration. This is an example from Ken Whelan and the Atlantic Salmon Trust, who have done amazing work over the years, a lot longer than we have, in terms of translating the science. They have population modelers, right? We want to end up, and we can end up, at a stage with the Loughs Agency catchments, with a species like salmon, where we have all these data points coming in, right, that are validated, and you can see at a glance what a viable population should and could look like for a species like this. But it's only as good as the data and the science you're putting into it, and it needs that longer term commitment. But we're at that stage now where we can start to do this for a catchment like the Foyle, where we couldn't do that before without SeaMonitor. So in terms of collaboration, which we've heard a lot of, and I think when the word collaboration is said, people have different idea in their heads of what that means. So the point I would make about this, to add to what everyone's already said, is that yes, the EU funding is an important starting point and Kickstarter for it. I think it's true that these projects on a cross-border multilateral basis, bilateral is different, but on this bigger scale, multilateral, projects like SeaMonitor just wouldn't happen without it. It's a fact. What we need to do, though, is we need to think about doing it without the funding requirements necessarily having to be in place. We should be doing this more innately, right? When you look at a map like this is from, I think, John's presentation, just to illustrate all the different jurisdictions that you have to go through, all the bureaucratic hoops that exist just to put equipment in the water. You can't do that alone. There's no one agency on these islands that can do that. It has to be done collaboratively on a multilateral basis. When you look at the data that we started to get from SeaMonitor project, this is from Diego's presentation on the salmon. Loughs Agency salmon leave the loch, they go out to sea and they head across the channel. They're going across a certain part of the array, so we know more accurately where they're going. But without the data from a COMPASS project, which was more environmental oceanographic focused, if we didn't have that layer from the right-hand side, that started to give us the ability to form hypotheses about the environmental conditions as to maybe why they're going through this part of the channel. The data's not useless, but it's a lot less valuable, isn't it? So until you start layering up the data sets from these projects, and you can only do that with data sharing agreements and breaking through the bureaucratic barriers that exist at the institutional level, do you start to get an actual accurate picture of what's going on in our seas. We're very good at producing models of ecosystems, the marine ecosystem, the effects of man and on the marine environment, the natural environment. We get that. We teach that at schools at all different levels. But when it comes to working institution by institution or within our own institutions, these are what our models look like. They're hierarchical. They're silos. And in order to get collaboration going, now I'm not saying silos and hierarchies aren't important. In moments of crisis, you need a hierarchy. During COVID, we don't need to sit down and talk about, it needs to be more command and control, obviously. But for these projects where you have the time and space, you need the stuff going across at the bottom and up and down, the collaboration happening at the different points. If we're going to be working in a dynamic physical environment, we need a dynamic collaborative approach in how we work together. And I think it comes down to trust. That's one of my favorite sayings. Trust arrives on foot, but it leaves on horseback. It takes an awful lot of time and effort to build up trust in these collaborative consortiums. It often doesn't take a lot of time to destroy them, right? So we have to be mindful of the different intricacies we all work in, the different layers and the complexities. And I think we just have to be respectful and mindful of all that as we work together and try to keep our eye on the prize, the bigger goals when we do these things. So a final, less serious point, I suppose, as we finish, is somebody did mention the SeaMonitor name, because these projects all get these crazy acronyms and names, and then the project finishes and it ends. And I think it was Fred asked, like, what about the SeaMonitor name, right? So I want to do a really cheesy thing and just take a straw poll vote, because we think the SeaMonitor name, brand, whatever you want to call it, should stay. And by that I mean that array that's going to go out across the North Channel should not be called the Straits Array. No offense to Straits. We thought about naming it the Diego del Villar Array. We like to name things twice here, so it could be, you know. Hands up who thinks it should be the SeaMonitor Array post-SeaMonitor. Okay, then it's official. I'm a Democrat, so we've taken a vote, and it's now going to be heretofore named as the SeaMonitor Array post-SeaMonitor. Just a word, too, as we slip into the next session and we close up. The Straits project does continue this legacy of the work that we've done, but it's not the only next step, and we've heard about Peace Plus opportunities and so forth. I think there is a real opportunity to develop this concept further, and it could look like something of an all-Ireland, more regional, cohesive network that integrates the oceanography, it improves the data sharing, and that's, I think, when we're really going to get to start to yield the benefits for all the stakeholders in the region. So I'm sure we're going to hear more about that in the panel discussions that we have lined up. We can hear about future directions and what the experts have to say about the visions. So that's all I'd have to say about that. And other than that, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's taken the time and the bother to come and listen to us. It has been a humbling experience being part of this project. And I was talking to people last night at the dinner. I don't think I could have wished for a better group of people to work with. I was warned before I got involved in this project about working with scientists. Oh, they think they're the smartest people in the room and blah, blah, blah. Far from it. It's been humbling. They've been amazing people. You should get to know them. We should all be listening to them more. And yeah, just thanks for everything. So.
Thank you so much, Ross. And for ending on such a wonderfully sentimental note, I think. I'm going to take the next little bit of time to actually take this into a bit of a weirder angle, because I've told you earlier, I'm from Northern Ireland myself, so it's really nice to be back here. What you might not be able to tell from my accent, because I have been anglicised for everybody's benefit when it comes to this hard, because I come from Castledirg, just down the road. Yeah, genuinely? Is there someone? We're probably related. That's the problem, isn't it? If you haven't been, it's one of those places where we still consider escalators to be rides, you know. This was our big city, so it's very, very nice to be back. I live in London now, but there's no greater joy than, you know, getting off the plane and seeing that this is a place now making a real name for itself. Do you know the first thing you see when you get off the plane now? It's a big, massive sign saying, "Welcome to Westeros." Yes, because winter is coming sums up the weather perfectly here, doesn't it? Yeah, no, but the reason I'm really here is because I am a biologist by background, and I love conservation and stuff, but I may have done it in a slightly different way because I run this club. This is a real thing, somehow. It is called the Ugly Animal Preservation Society. It is free to join. You can all become members. You don't even have to be that ugly, you know, though it does help. So thanks, some of you, for coming. Oh, I should explain, shouldn't I? Okay, see, a couple of years back, I was flicking through the red lists. Do you all know the red lists? Yeah. It's sort of like the yellow pages of death, you know. And I should explain for the PhD students in the room. The yellow pages is a book we used to have that you'd stand on to kiss people who were bigger than you, yeah? But anyway, I thought there was a problem here, because as I was flicking through this book, I started to notice that it was filled with with butterflies, right? But there was no moths, because moths are that little bit too dull. They're kind of like the Nickelback of the insect world. And when they go extinct, we don't even seem to notice, never mind care. And I thought, this is wrong, you know, because the truth is we've got to love all the species. We've got to care about everything, no matter how it looks. Because as anybody who's tried internet dating knows, the vast majority of life out there is hideous. Yeah? So I set up the society to try and raise the profile of the more aesthetically challenged creatures. It was all because of these pandas. I hate pandas. Does anybody know why the panda is the WWF's mascot? Any ideas? Because I'm sure that all you people who work with the slippery, slimy things in the sea have this same kind of feeling I do. It's not because it's, by the way, it's not because it's cute and it's fluffy and it's endangered. It's because black and white save them so much money in color photocopying. Yeah. And I'm pleased that charities are looking after their money, but this should not be where conservation begins and ends, right? So we launched this campaign. We went online, it went viral, and I'm pleased to say, you wonderful people, you voted. So may I present officially the ugliest animal in the world, the blobfish. Can you give me a whoop if you knew this was officially the ugliest animal? What was last night a particularly heavy party that I'm getting no response from you guys? Or would you feel more comfortable putting up your hand because this is an academic setting? No? No, I think this is officially the ugliest animal in the world. Democracy says so, you know. I think the comedian Robin N.C. described it quite well. He says it looks like the final day in the closing down sale of a candle shop. Yeah? I mean, it's ugly, it's depressed, it's dying out, it needs our love. And since our campaign worked, this now exists. Yeah. Because what you have there is the natural endpoint of some forms of capitalism, is a fish literally stuffed with plastic. Yes. So we might want to be trying to change things. We want to preserve these species. Our project worked. I did raise the profile of this one, and I want you to do the same with your favorite species, be it salmon or skate. I want to see if we can get a beef going within the room as the species fight against each other. I don't know if you still call it a beef, maybe a gravel axe. I don't know how it works here. But anyway, our project worked. There were some byproducts. For the first time in my entire life, I got hate mail, yeah, from 4-year-olds. That is a real thing, because you see there was a teacher in the US who decided to turn moderate harassment into a class project. Got her kids to write me these letters complaining I was bullying the blobfish. Like, seriously? Do you know the one good thing about getting hate mail from 4-year-olds? Yeah? They still sign it with love. Yeah. They said that there's no such thing as an ugly animal. I dare to disagree. We should just love them anyway. Out of interest, does anybody know what the second ugliest animal in the world is? At this point, people often point to their lab partner. But no, okay, this will shock you. It is this. What is that? Kakapo, correct. It's also written down on the side, if you couldn't get that. Have some confidence, biologists. I know the birds are not exactly your kind of thing. Now, a couple of questions here. First of all, that is the second ugliest animal in the world. Is that ugly? No. Okay, but my mate Steve Mould was championing it. He made the rather good case that this is the world's only flightless parrot, ergo, it's a rubbish parrot. Okay? But the thing was that our campaign worked, and basically the people of New Zealand, they were just so pleased to see that anybody was talking about one of their endangered indigenous birds, that they boat-faced the life out of this. And that is now officially the second ugliest animal on the planet. Yeah? Again, there have been some byproducts. I got more hate mail. Can I share this with you? Kakapo, not ugly. How dare you suggest the kakapo is ugly? Shame on you. The kakapo is my favorite bird. They're very pretty and very sweet in their nature. You've no appreciation for aesthetics. Many people in NZ and all over the world love them. You've offended me and many others with your imperialistic style of making determination of what is pretty or not from our country, 2 commas for rage, not yours. And I explained to them, I wrote back and said, look, I'm not actually, I don't think any animal's ugly. I think we have to love them all. What I'm trying to do here is just raise the profile of these neglected species. What I was doing is I was taking the laws of satire and applying them to conservation. Because, you know, we make jokes about politics because politics matters. I think we should make jokes about conservation because conservation matters. I said, look, I never intended to offend any Australians. Yeah, couldn't resist. So you get the point. The campaign continues. We have not had a proper full-on gig in Northern Ireland yet, but we will be back, I promise you. But we've been electing mascots from all over the world, and I'm going to see who we've gotten here. Have we got anybody in from London? Am I the only one now? Okay, because they elected this. May I present the proboscis monkey? Very much the Gerard Depardieu of the primate world. Yeah, it's got that big nose because the lady monkeys, they really, really like it. They think that's one mighty fine monkey. Anybody in from Scotland? Yes, Edinburgh. Anybody from Edinburgh? No, where are you from, miss? Glasgow. Oh, we'll come to you. In that case, you're very much not from Edinburgh. I know how this works. Very not from Edinburgh. Okay, right. Well, Edinburgh, they elected this one. May I present the gob-faced squid? Oh, don't you love it? It's got these lopsided fat tentacles. It's got a terrifying human mouth. The poor thing didn't even have a common name until we named it, and now it's in Wikipedia, so it must be true. Yeah. We've only ever found one of them. Again, showing one of the reasons why we need more science. Like, how can we save our planet if we don't understand it? Anybody in from Aberdeen? No, I think you're the only Scottish contingent, because, well, they elected this one, the Siluazy or black-crested macaque. Now, two important questions. First of all, is this ugly? I mean, I will go panto on you. I will warn you. Is this ugly? No. You're looking from the wrong angle. That's the thing. It just really sucks you in, doesn't it? You know, it's like to quote Nietzsche, when you stare into the void also stares into you, you know? Wonderful species yet again. And then we started doing some bigger gigs. And one that was my favorite was I got to work at my old place of work, the Natural History Museum in London. And they elected this one. Now, does anybody know what this is? Oh, you're very much marine people, aren't you? Well, don't be worried about this, because this here is an ultra-rare mammal. This is a mammal next to nobody knows. It's called the Cuban Solenodon. And it is one of the world's very, very few venomous mammals. A symptom of the venom, if it bites you, it makes you depressed. So you get bitten, and then you wonder why these things always happen to you, you know. And you go out and get the anti-venom, but why bother? What's the point? Anyway, I would like you to join us, and maybe if you've got some kind of ugly endangered species of your own, you might want to come have a chat with me afterwards. But it's been really nice to get to talk about these things, because I don't very often, and I'm an evolutionary biologist by training, right? And my involvement with the seas has probably actually mostly been through some documentaries and things that I've been making. So I've got a couple of minutes more, and I'd like to share with you some of the kind of behind-the-scenes stuff that we don't normally get to talk about. So as of, I think we kicked off nearly 10 years ago when it ran for 5 years, I was a presenter on Inside Nature's Giants, where we would dissect and look inside large creatures to try and work out how they worked. And our very, very first episode happened months early, because we didn't anticipate it happening, and on this very island. Down in County Cork, a fin whale had beached itself. And we wondered, can we manage to get people there to do this? Can we dissect this to try and learn about how these creatures work and what there might be? There should be probably a content warning for these next couple of slides, because it is about to get quite gory. And because nothing is more gory than looking inside something which is 50 tons before you start cutting into it. The whale had beached itself between Courtmacsherry and Kilbrittain, down the south coast. The really, really weird thing was that the two villages in Cork were fighting over whose whale it was. So we had to be very, very careful, as in between nights people were coming across with chainsaws and nicking bits. It wasn't going to help our dissection very, very well. And again, they weren't entirely sure what to do with it. They started trying to tow it away at one stage. They made one mistake, that this was a 50-something ton whale, and that is a 2-ton tractor. Do you think, is that going to win? No. And they managed to peel it away. And they managed to get, like, it's now to the stage where the skeleton is taken out in an annual parade. I really love this photo. This was on the front page of the local newspaper the next day. And I love it so much because they could give it the caption of, "Local boy kicks whale in face." Why did they choose that? I really don't know. But we got there and we started dissecting it to study it. That was our purpose. These are very, very rare things. And you've got to dissect them fast. Because inside that body, it's still hot. Because of all that thick blubber and that layer of insulation, decomposition is happening fast, right? And we were lucky that we had one of the world's premier dissectionists with us, Miss Joy Reidenberg, or Dr. Joy Reidenberg from Mount Sinai University and Hospital in New York. She's the rather dubious title of having been inside more whales than anybody else alive. And Joy did what we were supposed to do, and this was a particularly interesting way of beginning a dissection. The trouble with something big, like you might struggle here to get your orientation. That's not the tongue, if you're wondering. That's the kind of little bit, I don't know if it's bound to have a technical name, but you know the kind of floor of your mouth? It's becoming so bloated with those gases that it's starting to come its way out. And she had to make lots of little incisions along the side, because if you went too deep, everything just explodes and starts shooting out. Like, do you ever see those American movies where they've got those like bizarre inflatable handymen advertising cars? Yeah, the guts do that on you. If you go too deep, it'll just go and everything comes spilling out. So Jo initiated what she technically called a whale fart symphony, making lots of little incisions along the sides, and you'd hear it and smell it as the gas started to escape. Tricky. Now, my job, unfortunately, is this, because the rest of the crew, they had a great time. It was a real achievement. They all got entire rows to themselves in the plane on the way home because nobody wanted to sit anywhere near them because of the smell. But I didn't get to do this, because my job was supposed to be working with the living animals. And I was going to be looking at how they feed, because surely that is one of the most remarkable things of the baleen whales, that they don't have teeth. Instead, they've got these great big brushes, which they use to filter out all of the krill and stuff that they swallow. And I always think it's because they come along, they take a great big gulp out of the ocean, they spit out all the water, and then they lick off these big brushes of baleen all the food. And have you ever seen like a guy with a moustache get something caught in, you know, whenever he's having food, just saves it there for later? Yeah? Maybe as a little snack, and you know, I'm not looking at you deliberately, Frederick. You know, this is just an idea. Yeah, so this is effectively how they do all their feeding. But even then, although this is something that was understood and studied for how many years, hundreds in this case, because of the whaling industry back in the day, nobody entirely knew how it worked. And we still find it remarkable that we've got some of the biggest creatures on the entire planet feeding on some of the smallest, things like krill. And it's because there's so much of it. It's one of the reasons, again, we've got to understand our ecosystem as a whole. 500 million tons of krill in the southern oceans at the height of summer. They can be so dense that they will dye the sea red in places. And that is why the ocean's giants are prepared to these migrations across the seas to see what is there. And we didn't exactly know how they did it. We didn't know how they fed on them. But what we did know was they seemed to come along, they would charge ahead, open up their mouth, and they'd come to a halt very, very quickly. During that brief moment when a baleen whale has got its mouth open and filled with water, its weight doubles. Yeah, that's a volume of water bigger than a school bus in its mouth for this time. And then it squeezes it all out and it has to get back up to speed again. And this meant that I got to work with perhaps the strangest scientist I've ever worked with in my life. His name was Gene Potvin. And Gene is not a biologist. We're not going to hold that against him. He was a physicist. He was a parachute physicist working in the States. His job was mainly dropping aid packets bigger than these tables into war-torn countries from helicopters and from airplanes. And the dynamics of the parachutes that you'd have to create to enable that to happen. But what Gene realized was the physics behind how a whale opens its mouth is exactly the same. You know, you don't jump out of a plane and then look up and go to open your parachute, do you? The air comes rushing in, and that does all the hard work for you. But of course, this was telly, so we had to explain this visually as much as we could. So, do you see that guy there with his mouth open as if emitting a high-pitched scream? That's me emitting a high-pitched scream. As we were going to try to jump out of the plane, open the parachute, and then explain to the camera, to another person who's parachuting next to me, how this was exactly the same physics of how a whale opens its mouth. So we got in the plane. It was my first ever skydive. I was attached to Gary. That's my instructor. Gary was quite a tough, maybe 6.5 feet guy, quite stocky. And I do remember thinking at the time, oh great, if I go plunging to my death, the last thing you want is a bigger person landing on top of you. But we jumped out of the plane. It worked. It was a great scene. We landed. We discovered that my microphone had failed. So we had to shoot it all over again. I got back into the plane. I explained to the camera once more how this was my first ever skydive and how nervous I was, while completely pumped on adrenaline, because it is just the best thing ever. Try it out, everyone. Jumped out, explained to the camera again, landed again. My microphone had failed again. So we got back into the plane, did it one more time, landed, it worked, and then we cut it from the final film, because it was just a completely different tone. But it did actually go to show another problem we were going to have, because throughout this entire filming of our whale episode, I did not see a single living whale. Now, I'm sure many of you out in your boats or looking at the array data have felt that pain. Looks nice there, it's Cape Cod. We went out in the water, it was too rough, not a hope of catching any of them. And this was going to be a problem that would always dog us on our filming projects, such as when we went to South Africa to do our Great White Shark project. For all of that time, even going into shark cages and something, I saw 3 sharks, and they were rubbish. They were tiny. The first one was about that big, came, circled the boat, cleared off. The next one came about that big, circled the boat, cleared off. Finally, a bigger one came. It came, circled the boat, tried to eat the boat, cleared off. We didn't get any use. But now that we're not looking for them, and we're looking for sharks, whales everywhere, popping out of the ocean, right, left, and center. And this is the reason why I love marine science, and I think I've got some kindred spirits here, is because it does give me some of the most deep and meaningful connections to animals that I've ever had. A southern right whale, the cousins of the ones that we were trying to film up in Cape Cod, came up 3 feet from me and popped its eye above the ocean and looked directly at me. And the reason we were able to get so close is because they were all mating and therefore had their mind on other things, I guess. But it changes you. And I think it should be part of our mission, is not only to do this good science, but make sure that we convey to everybody why it's important. Ladies and gents, I'm aware that the time is running on, so I'm going to shut up now and give you a 5 to 10 minute comfort break. I'd like you all to come back in here at 12, because at 12 we'll have the real Q&A, so you can find out about all these projects and how they've been going. If you want to get involved and get your answers in or your questions in a bit early, the guys are going to stick up here on these side things a Slido QR code. Scan that and you can send in your questions. But of course, we've also got microphones and we can come to you. So I will see you back here at 12 for the next half of the session. Have a good one, everyone. Hey everybody, we have to get cracking. Please take your seats again. There'll be plenty of chance for chats at lunchtime. But we need to make time for our Q&A as well. In fact, we may as well get... All right, everybody. I'm sorry to bring you back whenever the networking is going so well and we're having such joy. There will be more chance for it later. But this is going to be our Q&A session. We'll be able to use Slido and come to you in the crowd. I might end up doing it myself with this microphone so we can get your questions. The theme of this is on future visions and directions. It's your chance to put your questions to these experts. If you wouldn't mind, as there's so many of us on stage, I'd love you just to say quickly who you are, remind people where you've come from. Can we start at the far end and just 2 sentences, tell you who you are and how you got here?
I'm Oliver O'Kyla from the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage, and I work in the Marine Environment section there. We have responsibility for the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, OSPAR implementation, and some other biodiversity and environment-related policies.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Colin Armstrong, and work in the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland, working in the Marine and Fisheries Division, where we have responsibilities for all aspects of marine environment policy, fisheries policy, that's both sea fisheries, inland fisheries and aquaculture.
My name's John Houghton, marine biologist from Queen's. Specialise in floating and swimming things, where they go, what they do, when they get themselves in trouble, and what can we do about it.
I'm Joanne O'Brien, and I'm from the Atlantic Technological University in Galway, and I'm working on whales, dolphins and porpoises and the acoustic side of it, listening to them and tracking them that way.
Hello, I'm Colin Adams from the University of Glasgow, and we've been leading on the SeaMonitor project, on the salmon element of that project.
Good afternoon. Yes, just. My name is Kieran Kelly. I'm a director at the Marine Institute. We have our headquarters based in Galway. We're a state science agency providing the evidence basis for some policy stuff and the evidence basis for things like the tax and quotas. We work through ICES. But we have a wider research remit as well, and some of our team are here involved in the SeaMonitor project too.
Hi, I'm Sarah McLean. I'm Head of Science at Loughs Agency. Loughs Agency, I don't think, needs any introduction over these 2 days, but my job is to turn the work of projects like SeaMonitor into what we do every day in providing science-based evidence bases for our environmental management.
I'm Fred Worski from Dalhousie University, the Ocean Tracking Network, and apparently, according to social media, have just been nominated to be an ugly animal. Thanks.
I hope you're not endangered. That's what kicks you out of the society. So, as you can see, we've got such expertise here. You can see some of the questions coming up in Slido as well. I please urge you, do keep them clean. But we'll go through some of these as we come. Also, because there is so many expertise, we probably won't be able to get everybody's view on everything. So please raise your hand if you want to contribute to a bit. We're going to get through as much as we can. But I think one of the ones, because this seems to have come up several times in various guises, that's important is, what follow-on work do the results of the data we have now suggest is needed? Would anybody like to tackle that?
I can start.
Yes, please.
I think what we have learned on SeaMonitor is a lot of information of where, but possibly not as much information as we could about why. And so I think that there is a need to build on the work that we've proven a concept with SeaMonitor. We know that we can make the telemetry work, but now we need to start overlaying the sort of multidisciplinary approach to this, so that we can translate into policy what we need to protect, where and why.
Has anybody got anything to add? Yes, sir.
Could I just more or less pick up on that comment, actually? And there's a sort of natural inclination for us as scientists to start thinking that, okay, we've got so far out to sea, we've managed to track these animals this far out to sea, let's go beyond that. But one of the things that's come out of SeaMonitor and some of the other projects, particularly around salmon that we talked about yesterday, is that a lot of the effects are actually very close to home. They're very close to the coasts and in the lower parts of rivers. And if we're wanting our science to be immediately useful in terms of bringing benefits to the species we've been looking at, we perhaps, at least for the salmon, for the skate, we need to start looking in the areas where we've already been looking, actually, very close to shore.
Terrific, thank you. And remember, if you've got any other questions that are pressing, stick your hands up. It doesn't have to be anonymous, though this does help us in many ways. Another one that seems to be really important here is what's happening if tracking finds a problem at sea that cannot be solved by any management intervention? Perhaps our group here have got some examples, maybe even some solutions. Or is that question too scary? Let's go for it.
It is a scary question, and I was going to give a scary response, which is, what management has ever resolved a problem? And part of it is phrased in the question. So people think that, and this is a wider context of this, that science is the answer to everything. Science is an understanding. And I think it was Fred said, first of all, that perfection was the enemy of what it is that we're looking at here. And I think there has to be an embracing of that we don't know the answers, that we will develop an understanding as we go along. And part of the beauty of SeaMonitor, I think, in terms of what it has done, is it has opened the door now and saying that the technology is possible and we know these things, but we don't know these other things. And that dialogue with managers, for example, helps frame good policy and good management decisions. Because management can't ever solve anything at a whim, and science won't ever give you all the answers you need to solve everything, but it can help along the way. And I think if it's phrased in that way, then so that we're on a bright future. But if the expectation is that management solves stuff and the science gives all the answers, that we're on a hide to nowhere.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I suppose I take up this challenge because it comes down into what is management, and if we're just going to say that management fails, it's about, well, how do we go about developing the management proposal? We possibly didn't ask the right people. So I think the benefits of these projects have shown that, well, when you put a lot of scientists and a lot of experts together, they can produce a lot of evidence. But then that needs to go and start then talking with the people who can actually say, okay, but now what is the best management approach? And that's the people who use the sea, the policymakers across multiple different sectors, and put lots of different ideas and lots of different people in the room, not just scientists, and see if you then can come up with better management solutions. So really using the evidence to push the management, I think that's where we need to continue to build, and that will lead to better policies, better laws, and really better management frameworks, and continue to learn. It's more evidence, review where you are, and just keep going through that management cycle. So let's not just say the management has failed and we have a problem, because that's not going to help us solve some of the challenges we have ahead.
Yes, Frederick.
So relatively quickly, management means change, and when you have change, there are winners and losers. It's always a conflict situation. The key here is never to waste a good crisis. When you get into the point that you're at the last possible moment, it's amazing how people unite and will agree to finally do something at that particular point. So that's part of the management game. But the observation from what came out of this conference here, especially in the salmon context, is we're probably not going to have that problem out in the ocean. That's a big problem. It looks like it's all within 100 kilometers of shoreline right now, and it's actually within our realm to actually do something. So maybe that's the good news in this. Now we just need a crisis.
Please.
Yeah, I mean, something I've written in every paper I've ever written is these data will of course be valuable for managers and policy alike, and I'm not sure if I ever believed it until I think where we're at now, and I think this seems a really silly thing to say. I think it's quite friendly at the minute. We're in a position where we can take risks, and we come up with ideas. The tech is amazing, and we are into new territory, and we're going, so we give that a lash. But what's nice from kind of the political level above us is that people are going to look, give it a try, and if it works, and if it doesn't, and I think we're going to get a lot of things wrong, and I think by doing that we're going to get a lot of things right. But I think the kind of culture that's come out of this, for the fact that that link between science and policy isn't just something we say because we have to say it. I think for the first time in my career, I think it's actually starting to feel like that. So yeah, it's good.
Okay, before we move on, let's drill a little bit deeper into this, because we can see there's lots of reasons for hope there, and there's also a knowledge of what the problem may be. Have we got any concrete examples? Or even if it's just a simple change that you might like to see. This session is all about the future and our vision, after all. How might we integrate that policy, and how might we make people talk together better?
I mean, the case study for myself is something like basking shots. You know, when we develop policy and conservation policy, most conservation policy is developed on terrestrial environments. We go, that's grand, that's how you protect a bog or a forest. Now let's stick that in the sea, and that's grand for rainforest, you know, for kelp bed or reef. What we're dealing with here is critters that move around a lot of time, and until this project, I've never monitored anything in my life. I've tracked things for 25 years, but I've never monitored, looked at how something is changing and maintaining, or getting better, getting worse, you know, over time. And some of the work that we're doing with the acoustic arrays could, we think, and I don't know how it works yet, I haven't got a clue how it works yet, but I think there's something in there where we could be a little bit more adaptive, a little bit less squares on maps, don't do that there. And I think we're close to that. You know, so for basking sharks and critters that move around, and there's logic that you could apply there to salmonids and to cetaceans and a lot of it. But yeah, it's exciting because we don't quite know how to do it yet. But as I said, we'll be given the latitude to make mistakes.
There's something else that's come out of the conference as well that I've certainly taken home, and that is that for a long time as a scientist, we used to see in the sea where things are when we go out and look, but not where they are when we're not looking. And that movement of animals around space, and particularly in space and time, because the major problems that we have with the ocean are problems of scale and connectivity. And they actually make it quite different to land-based terrestrial solutions for things like biodiversity management or protection. So SeaMonitor has kind of opened the windows really in looking out at this idea of connectivity, and particularly in terms of where SeaMonitor is based as a project that's across jurisdictions. We're now trying to bring in things like marine protected areas. And the big problem I have with marine protected areas is the A part of it, the area. Okay, how are you going to fix an area that's going to solve these problems? And it's actually a problem of connectivity. So when you look like, for example, that flapper skate, there was indications of the kind of the use of the area. So it's not where flapper skates are, but it's how they use the area. And it's not just how they use the area around the north of Ireland. Same species exists across the jurisdiction and into the Republic as well. So that thinking can bring its way through into this idea of connected networks of marine protected areas, for example, that could have a function. And it's a really exciting perspective onto making a solution, I think.
Thank you so much. Now you may notice that Slido doesn't just work by allowing you to type in suggestions, you also can upvote things by pressing the big hitchhiking symbol. You whack that thumb and your question is more likely to be asked. So the thing that people are really keen on is to know what are the next steps to build upon the SeaMonitor findings. I suppose related to what we've just said. You could even take this as a personal agenda. How are you going to build upon your findings?
Maybe to field this a little bit from Loughs Agency, I think what we did with SeaMonitor, as everybody has said and alluded to, is that we proved a concept. Where I would like to see it going is that this is just not a novel piece of work, you know? This is a tool in our toolbox that we can use every day to inform our management. So it steps away from being this amazing new piece of sexy science into something that we use every day and we can apply. And I think we are in that realm. And that puts us in a point where we don't continuously have to look for external funding for this. This is something that is built into our core work as sort of the DNA of what we do and how we do it.
Brilliant. Anybody think anything to add? Yes, please.
I'm going to give a very typical scientist's question and say that we need more data. One of the things that SeaMonitor has done, which has been absolutely fabulous, is all the spatial information we've got. But in reality, it's a snapshot in time. We don't really know how much that varies naturally over moderate periods of time, like sort of even 5 to 10 years, and much less so over the longer period. So we know what's happened in this snapshot, which is SeaMonitor, and what we see has been phenomenal. But in reality, can we rely on that being exactly the same 5 years from now, or even next year and the year after? And so I think even just more of the same, continuing to collect the kind of information we've been collecting on space use around these islands, in our oceans around these islands, is needed for long-term management.
Yeah, we can ask the same question. We might get a different answer, I guess. Could I come to you at the end first? I'll come to you next.
Yeah, it's not a science output really, but I think there could definitely be greater communication on the findings of SeaMonitor to the wider public. I think I would have been developing projects for INTERREG and other things before, and you would always have a communications package. But I think some of the findings of the SeaMonitor project and the other sister projects under INTERREG 5A really are quite extraordinary. The findings are quite amazing, and I think the public need to hear more of this. They need to understand what challenges were faced. They need to understand the technical obstacles, the administrative burdens. They need to have an understanding if we're going to engage the public and serve the public properly in restoring biodiversity from where it is at the moment. We really need to communicate very strongly the outputs of these projects. So I would encourage the leaders of the different work packages, for example, to do radio interviews, television interviews, and try and get the word out there. And of course, departments like ourselves, we do our best as well to disseminate information.
Great answer. You have one. You may as well shout about it. Over to you, please.
So there's a freight train coming at us in the form of this climate change. Things are changing extraordinarily rapidly, and Colin was referring to that one. The cost of maintaining the kinds of infrastructure that we have are actually shared. We just don't realize it yet. So what's going on is we're picking up all these animals that aren't supposed to be in the Irish Sea and are now. People need to know about that one. Organically, what SeaMonitor did with Compass and Marpan is begin to network your networks. We need to do a lot more of that, because it is only through networking all of those capabilities we're going to be able to afford to keep out there the capabilities that we need to do this. So my hats are off to the Loughs Agency, Marpan and Compass for the way that you did this organically, and you made this so much bigger than the sum of its parts.
Okay, maybe we can give that as our own manifesto for today. You will talk to everybody about SeaMonitor and you will keep pushing this forward. So to the next question, we've got some people voting 3 times for. So at least 4 people in our audience want to know, science provides information. Who's going to provide the budget to act on it? This could be a who is going to and who should maybe as well. After you.
I will offer a small quote from the former president of McGill University, David Johnson. He used to run around to all sorts of speech places where he would be looking for funding, and he said he'd already chosen his obituary. And the obituary read, "They laid the beggar to rest." No matter what we do, this is what we do. We will be constantly turning over every possible stone to find the resources to keep this going.
Or it is, yes?
It's just a thought, and it reflects back on some of the ways that SeaMonitor has developed, and you already spoke about, and people have spoke about the synergies that were there between SeaMonitor and Compass and Marpan, for example. That wasn't a big project. That was 3 separate projects. And the synergies of those projects are really where the value comes out of it. So people have to stop hunting for the big ball of money to do stuff, and they have to start leveraging out money from across different areas. So an example of that is, in the Republic, for example, we've got a big program now in rolling out ORE, offshore renewable energy development, and there are government departments and agencies involved in doing that. And there's an end goal in that, which is actually meeting the climate challenge and putting metal in the water ultimately in terms of, windmills and things. There's a monitoring cost in that too. And that monitoring cost has got monies available in it. Now, that money might be focused at just monitoring some of the aspects of the ORE, but my God, there's a vehicle of opportunity for putting on sensors and arrays and a whole pile of other things besides. That could be added on at a very small additional cost to a very big project. So I think we have to be innovative about where the money is going to come from here. We have to stop hunting down and saying somebody has to put up the big prize and then we'll give you all the answers, and start linking together these projects in a way. And as Fred said, it's a network of networks now. It is like basically we're building the acoustic internet underwater, almost in that way. But that's how it begins. And once it reaches scale and it shows benefit from that scale, people will continue to invest if it solves problems.
So I understood that right, be a success, and then good things will come partly from it. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I was just going to say, and in order for that to work, there needs to be continuous communication, collaboration, and data sharing, because that's the only way that the networks within networks actually contextualize each other.
Well, it's a good job. We've got lots of experts in one big room networking right now, isn't it? Maybe in that case, on to our next question that people have been voting for. Is there anything from today that you will take back and apply to your own institution? We've got such a varied group of people in this room, but all of a common cause. No doubt we've learned things from each other. If not, this is going to be a very long rest of the conference.
I think I'll make some comment on the kind of idea of taking back to your own institution, because I think the one thing from the collaboration, particularly with the Marine Institute here, like we're chasing basking sharks, and I want to quote someone like Daniel Pauly, who's a very famous Canadian fishery scientist, says like counting fish is as easy as counting trees, except they're invisible and they move. And it is, and it's truth in that. Now, we, when we started this, had the kind of idea of like, okay, we're at Queen's, we're doing the basking sharks, and then suddenly they're in Ackle, suddenly down in Cork, and so and so. I think the way I'd like to approach what comes next is almost thematically, rather than saying Queen's do this and so and so do this, that I don't think in terms of my own institution anymore. I think of how we work as a group to tackle a particular problem, and Patrick and myself have been road tripping Ireland anyway, doing that, going down to Trinity, to Cork, to Galway, to try and think collectively about what we do next.
I think as well from the cetacean side of things, the partnerships that we've built up through SeaMonitor have just been huge. The data sharing, the ease of data sharing, these are all lessons that we have into the future. That has been the key. I think that's the winner. It's the winning part of SeaMonitor and the collaborations with Compass and Marpam. Without that, going forward and keeping that forward, we're not going anywhere. I know Morgan yesterday when she presented her work, she talked about having 32 terabytes of data. That's just from us. I don't know what what Compass is and what Marpam. Obviously on the same par as that, and probably more because they had more sites than us monitored. That's an exceptional amount of data. The time and energy that goes into that analysis is huge. So I suppose going forward, for us, we're very lucky. We're involved in Straits now. We can keep this energy going. We can keep the momentum going. But for others, maybe staff members will be lost from those institutes or whoever. That's a part that's we come to the end of a project, and when we lose people, and if we don't have funding that keeps that momentum going, it can be hard to get it back up and running again. So I guess that's just one point I think as well we need to take going forward, that if there are ways to continue funding, to continue that collaboration, that if we can kind of have those rolling over, it does make it a lot easier to keep it going, and it definitely makes sure that it's more successful, because when we drop that ball, it's quite hard to get it back up again. And when you lose key staff, and I think that's a key, in here you talked earlier this morning about all of the people who are trained up now to such high levels. It's really important that we can try and keep those going and keep those relationships working.
Yeah, we've got to involve people in our momentum, I guess, ultimately. Yes, please.
Yeah, I suppose as we think about, I'll talk about the project in general, not just today and yesterday, taken back to our institutions. So for that, looking at our department and all of our policies, we're going through very, very large period of policy review at the moment. There's a new global biodiversity framework agreed there just before Christmas. That sets out the work that has to be done for the next 2030 through to 2050. So therefore, we're updating all of our policies accordingly. And all of the outputs of this project and the other INTERREG VA project, they all will have policy recommendations in it. So what thing that we're really is essential that does now is that those working on policy start reading all the outputs of all of these reports and searching for all those policy recommendations and using that to develop this new policy. Because the other thing then it also does is the evidence, the science. When we started this program out those years ago, that was based on the science and the evidence that we had at that time. You've now raised the level, but I think we'll still say that there's evidence gaps. So we have to then review all these documents, say, okay, where do our evidence gaps remain? And therefore, that's what sets the priorities for future programs. So very much, I think we'll take away everything from these projects, or from this project and the other projects, and look at how that now feeds into policy development.
Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to keep asking. We've got 2 SeaMoney questions coming up, but please, the crowd as well, if you've got anything, stick your hand in the air. You might be able to jump a queue here. But first off, what steps can be taken to manage the loss of salmon when they're in our estuary and entering the freshwater system again? What steps can be taken to manage the loss of salmon when they are in our estuaries and entering the freshwater system again? Can anyone here speak to that? If not, we might have to ask the audience.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, working with guides on the Restigouche River, they had a very simple solution. It was shoot the mergansers, shoot the biologists, the salmon will take care of itself. So I put that out for general discussion. It boils down to what is the threat that's there at the time. If you can identify the threat, you can take steps. Is it seals, scaring it off? For years and years, I worked for the Atlantic Salmon Federation in Canada. For years and years, the solution was to build more salmon hatcheries. And for years and years, I told my board, no, I want to build a great white shark hatchery. Because the great white sharks chase away the seals, and that opens up the pathway for the salmon. That is exactly what is happening in our area right now. We've had this resurgence based on conservation of these top predators, and the seals are dispersing. And so we expect to see some positive benefits from that. So getting some sort of balance like that back is a natural, cost-effective solution to doing that, rather than having to, on a year-on-year basis, have a patrol out there dealing with that.
Okay, more sharks. That's a good start.
Sorry, I was going to say, I think one of the other things is that the issues in the estuaries and the issues in that interactive piece are bespoke. So they need to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And you're looking at likely huge cumulative effects, and we need to understand the priority level of those risks in order to be able to enforce some level of effective management. But the problem is that the cumulative effects are so complex that it's, at this point, I don't think we have enough information to know where we target that management exactly. And as I say, it's bespoke, so it's a case-by-case basis. It's not a one-size-fits-all.
Every estuary is different. Okay. Any more on that, anyone? Okay, then let's step on to the next one. What regulatory and legislative... I should try that again, shouldn't I? What regulatory and legislative mechanisms are available to conserve and protect salmonids, and other species in cross-border areas? I can tell this is complicated already.
Well, I think that Loughs Agency's management is one piece here that fits with the Foyle and Carlingford areas, the Foyle and Carlingford Act and Order. So we do have that mechanism for the freshwater and to provide advice to control the commercial fisheries, but I still think that there are gaps. I think that the same level of protection is not necessarily afforded to salmon when they are at sea as it is in the freshwater. But I think that there's possibly something we can deal with there.
Anything else, anyone? Fair enough.
looking at the marine protections, you know, it's given what you know, the findings now of these projects, I think that's something you just have to sit down and look at. You know, what management mechanisms are potentially available, even ones that we have not used in the past, and that's really, once you start to understand what the problem is and what the preferred way of controlling that problem is, look at your existing legal mechanisms and hopefully they fit. But if they don't fit, then that's the case of putting forward the case for legal changes even. And you've just to slowly step through that process, starting with the evidence, starting with scenarios, and then say, okay, now what legal mechanisms can we take? And that can be a slow process, but you know, you still to look at it. It'd be very short-sighted to just say we can't do it.
Is it maybe drilling a little bit deeper into this? So we see there's an appetite for these kind of mechanisms. Once these mechanisms come into existence, do you feel there's a better way of making them understood? Like, surely that's a battle in its own right, is making people know what they are.
It's always a challenge to explain laws and things to people. So yeah, that is going to be a challenge. But you know, hopefully through you know, working in projects like this, you can sort of help people understand it better.
Good, thank you. Well, remember, if you've got any questions, stick your hands up, or we'll keep going through the Slido in the meantime. So, with a greater focus on green issues, are policymakers taking more notice of projects of this nature? Are opportunities to influence policy increasing? Yes, please.
I would say a short answer to that, yes. I think the public and the policymakers, science community are very aware of the problems and challenges presented by climate change and the loss of biodiversity, pollution, including marine litter. And I think definitely, like if I think of my career in marine science, which probably started in my PhD years, that's like 30 years ago, I think now more than ever, I think the outputs of projects like SeaMonitor and MARPAM and Compass definitely have traction when it comes to designing policy and solutions. So, you know, I'm very encouraged by the science component of it, and also by what we need to do in the future as well, based on the results of these programs, you know.
Yes, please.
It's just following on from that, I think that there's a role here as well. You know, Oliver has said that there's obviously an awareness on the policymaker side, which is great, of that interaction and how things can improve their awareness of these issues. We also have to do, and when I say we collectively, everybody here in the room, have to do a much more consistent exercise in informing that public debate. Because what's happened at the moment, there are all these little adages about, maybe it's the internet or something, the way we communicate nowadays. You know, problems are complex, answers have to be simple. That leads you to believe that there's a simple answer to everything. And here's the problem, there isn't. And what SeaMonitor has shown, for example, is the heterogeneity and the diversity of what we as humans try and resolve everything all the time. We reduce the problem to try and come up with a solution. It's a very good way of being solution focused to do that. But when you apply that to the scale, and I talked about earlier on the connectivity issues and the scale issues that we've got in the marine environment, it doesn't give you the kind of answers that you want. So we have to switch that dialogue a little bit to everybody and say, this is everybody's problem. It's not the legislator's problem, it's not the policymaker's problem, it's not the science, it's everybody's problem. And we have to get around, and this is part of where citizen science comes into this as well, we have to get around saying, we all have to be, and this is another trite adage, part of the solution. But what does that mean? It means that we have to actually understand that it's not their problem to fix with a simple piece of legislation, because it won't do that. So the understanding is a part that we have to work on, and I think that's a campaign, and it's a sustained campaign that we have to do. And it's not about telling everybody that everything's so complicated, because nobody wants to hear that. I know somebody told me once, they said, Kieran, you're a scientist, every time you open your mouth, you know, I see people's eyes closing. And it's because you're talking details about what it is. So we need to translate those details into the issues that matter, into the solutions that are possible. and let that public debate take place, because that public debate is ultimately what informs and puts pressure on the legislators and the policymakers in terms of how they come up with those solutions. And if society could stop looking for simple solutions all the time, then maybe less haste is more speed in terms of making the direction we want to travel in.
And I think there's an accountability element to that too. It's about getting the story out there so that all of the players are held accountable for their part in it, and that's everything from the public up to politicians.
Yeah, I'm not a policymaker. I'm a scientist. So I think it feels different to what it did if you go back 10 years ago. If you go back 10 years ago, we did a load of science. We write it in gobbledygook. We dump it on some policymaker's desk, and they go, "Grand, what do you want me to do with that?" And there was a real disconnect in this project from the very start. Phones have been picked up, emails have been sent, cups of coffee have been drunk, and we've actually talked all the way through because we're all finding our way. But it feels like genuine conversations. It's not even that I need to be flat, but you feel listened to, and it's great. It's great because as a scientist, you can sometimes go, "Okay, our science is grand for us, but it goes into a void." It's not going into a void. It's being acted upon, and we're being advised well in return.
I'm going to dig deeper into this partly from a personal interest, because my bread and butter is public engagement with science, the public, or the science communication side as well, and even things like policy. But I can see how each of those different, subtly nuanced audiences have got their own challenges and their own things. And we've seen here a united front on the need for networking and the need for communications, and I suppose that everybody in this room can become an ambassador for good work, effectively. But here we're asking about the opportunities to influence policy increasing. For those who haven't had the experience, could you actually describe what does that look like? Like, how do you know an opportunity like this when you see it? Is it that your university has policy influence courses? Do you respond to white papers? I don't know what it looks like. We've got one from you, please.
I can offer a few observations from at least the Canadian side of this one. We have federal government agencies that have a specific mandate, and they do craft policy, but within that mandate. We have places like universities where our granting councils require that we create policy-relevant research, do fundamental science, train highly qualified personnel, cross-cut across all of those. And it's a message that is not received once we bring those forward as we stumble our way through this ill-timed and frequently ill-conceived policy that we think we can deliver as academics because we're not trained to do this one and bring it to the federal regulators and lose it. So we've got a tremendous disconnect here where sources of information are coming in, and there are blinders in some places and requests to have incompetent groups do the policy development, and it doesn't actually get very effective.
The one thing I have to say is that one that I'm very, very appreciative of is that certainly any sort of policy development work we do in Northern Ireland, that there is a very, very engaged stakeholder group that wants to work and wants to influence and has very good ideas that it just puts on the table. Our policies, and our policy guides very much say that policy now should be co-designed, and also then working forward towards co-delivery. So, I think that's maybe what is changing, and why, folks like working in universities, etc., feel as though maybe they are being listened to more, and that's that's the demand. It's society that's now demanding that. They demand the opportunity to be able to influence and shape at the very early stage, not the traditional approach of we'll sit in our desk and we'll write a consultation document and we'll post it out to you and send us a comment in 12 weeks. It's very much at the outset when you're saying, okay, what's the early vision of it? So for us, it's so much easier to do it that way. So just encourage you all to continue to put forward your ideas and continue to push your ideas, because that makes for easy policy making.
Yes, please.
Could I just kind of pull one or two strands together here? I still think, I do agree with John. I think things are changing, but I do think policymakers and scientists still speak different languages, and there is there's really not enough middle ground between those two groups of people to translate from one to the other. There are a few people and there's a few organizations that are deliberately trying to do that, but it's not, Fred mentioned this, scientists are not good at this. They don't have the language, they don't have the skills, we're not trained to do that. And so we're very bad at getting our science into policy speak for policymakers to be able to build on that. And I think there is a sort of middle ground there for training for people that have those skills that kind of pull the two groups together. I do think it is changing, and for the first time ever, I was phoned by a policymaker not that long ago, but a month ago, who'd been listening to me and many of my colleagues talking about SeaMonitor, and asked me when was this paper that I'd been talking about going to get published. That's never happened to me before. I've heard scientists do that, but never a policymaker. So, you know, things are changing, but I still think there is this communications gap, and I think the reason for that is that there are just not enough people with the right training in that middle ground to make that link.
But the language, my boss the other day said something, and I nicked it, sorry. He said from fundamental research to applied research to translational. And I was always pure research because I'm a scientist and I think I'm really clever and I like to do that stuff. And then someone said, you've got to apply that. And I was like, good enough on its own. So eventually I kicked and screaming went through to the applied, but now that word translational has come in of like, you have to be doing something with it. And that is, yeah, Colin's absolutely right. We're learning that, and that filling that middle ground is, it's getting smaller, but there is still the gap.
Yeah, what I would add to what Colin was saying as well, from our side of the island, shall I say, we certainly are learning how to better engage the public and the scientific community and stakeholders in the conversation around policy and decisions. I think quite often there are pressures that come with the need for input. So you have a public consultation for a particular set of recommendations or a report or something, and you know there's a time limit, and it's very formulaic and very standardized. And I think from our side we need to think imaginatively about how we undertake those consultations and those engagements, because one thing we discovered when we were doing our marine protected area consultation before developing the law, which is still in development at the moment, we undertook a 5.5-month public consultation, and we said, okay, we're going to go all out and we're going to try things we've never tried before, and it resulted in a huge amount of feedback through a questionnaire-based system and also through an email submission system, and even letters and drawings and various things came in. And I think what that taught me was that actually, you know, going with the sort of standard government department public consultation approach, you advertise it, it goes in the newspapers, and you invite submissions, that's not reaching everyone. And even when we actually went on the road as well, thanks to COVID being relaxed a little bit, we still found places in the country with the minister with us where the public were saying, we haven't heard about this. You know, they showed up because they heard it in the shop down the road. So I do think on the government side and the policymaker side, we need to continually think imaginatively about how we are making these opportunities available for input, whether it's from science or from the public or stakeholders.
Some great ambitions there. Oh, before we continue, yes, sir.
Yeah. Could you just come back on that comment then about maybe that scientists aren't very good at speaking the language to policymakers, and I think likewise policymakers are the exact same. They can't sometimes explain, but what I would encourage is get into the room, start having the conversations, and if you're not explaining it and it doesn't make sense, don't be afraid to say, explain that, give it to me in a different way. And I think when in the room, that's when you'll find, okay, well, what is the common language that people understand? Because you'll break it down to that point. So to me, the most important thing is start the conversations and keep speaking until you find the language that you both understand, or that the whole group understands, and then that's really where we get to here. So because some people have fantastic skills, fantastic scientific skills. Some people are absolutely superb at drafting law, but you have to put those two together and try and work out somewhere in the middle. And it's that multi-skilled approach here is what you have to aim for, not making everyone have all the skills.
We have to ask this next one because at least 7 people, it's been the most voted for one so far, I think. What are the major lessons learned from the SeaMonitor that will make the next iteration even more successful? So we've got opinions. What are the major lessons that have been learned that will make version 2 the bomb? Yes?
Collaboration. It's been said 100 times for the last 2 days, but collaboration is the major, for me anyway, the major learning point out of SeaMonitor. In order to be able to produce work that we require at appropriate spatial and temporal scales, we cannot do this in isolation. We have to collaborate, and whether that's, I mean, you can still collaborate on a small scale. If you have a local issue you need to deal with, it still needs to be done from a collaborative viewpoint. And so I think all of our projects going forward need to carry that vein.
Anything anybody wants to add? We'll come to you first.
It's a takeaway message from me because I wasn't involved in the scientific part of SeaMonitor at all. But the success is a real takeaway thing, and I think that's another adage, like there's nothing that succeeds like success. So there we go. SeaMonitor was successful. And it's not just about what SeaMonitor did, it's what collaboration and networks and technology can do. So, like I made reference beforehand, in the Republic there's an ORE development plan, for example. And there's questions being asked, and I would be in the middle of this at the moment, hearing the conversations that are taking place. And they say, Kieran, we know about the physical environment, we know about the sea, we've got sensors coming out the zoo and all this kind of stuff, but what we don't know is about the biological stuff, and where is it, and when is it there, and how vulnerable is it, or how sensitive it is. And I go, geez, you know, we got a big research vessel and we can give you information at scale in a time slice of a year, but if you're looking for half a sea square at a time slice of weeks, we're kind of stuck. And I see SeaMonitor as being the answers to some of those kind of questions. And I think the takeaway message for me is to take that home and get out ahead of the problem. Can't get out ahead of that problem, it's already on the table, okay? But get out ahead of some of these issues. So there's a need for a kind of horizon scanning in terms of what can this bring to us and how can we set it up so that we're actually doing this better in the future. And that's part of building on the success, and that's a real strong take-home message from this.
So we will collaborate looking for our new horizons. We're going to have to spin through the next bit quite quickly because there's 2 questions you want to come to, but you had something to add.
Just something very small to add, really. It sort of echoes what we've just heard. I think the cross-cutting component of projects, for me, that's quite a take-home, that you know, you can put devices down to listen for signals from animals you've tagged, but lo and behold, you pick up animals that you never tagged through the same systems. And I think some imaginative thinking, for example, around noise. So we have all of this ORE development we're talking about happening in the quite near future. Much of it is going to be noise producing. You know, could the acoustic arrays, for example, help us to monitor for noise, which is an obligation under the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So thinking sort of across the compendium of habitats and species and other features, oceanographic features and other variables, you know, to be thinking cross-cutting, I think, is something that really came through in this for me. And I think if we're lucky to be involved in supporting or reviewing proposals in the future, I think we'll be looking for that kind of, you know, maximum benefit, maximum gain across a swathe of features for the infrastructure and the cost that's put in place.
Okay, we've got 2 more that we want to get through before we move on to the next thing, so we're going to make this quick if you wouldn't mind. First one, how can we develop effective conservation management strategies for highly mobile sharks and skate that merge fisheries and spatial management?
Just come with me. For skate, do you want the roving? Is there a roving? Patrick, can you answer the skate one?
Patrick's at the back. Is it going to be bring a mic to this man? Is it possible? It's on its way to you, don't worry. It better be good now after this build-up. That's all we're saying.
Hello. I feel like I'm in a game show or a wedding. It's identifying the risk where the fisheries overlap. And then when we identify the risk, what we can do about it, how we can mitigate the risk. We can do this either through adapting fisheries practices, and this doesn't mean stopping fishing, by the way, because the fishers have to fish. But they don't want to catch these species. They want to conserve them as well. It's not in their benefit. They don't make any money on it. So it's coming up with kind of novel technological solutions that are relatively cheap that will kind of reduce the interaction and reduce the risk to the species from these industries, because they both have to occupy the same space. I could go into more detail about this.
Well, we probably don't have time now, but thank you, Patrick. We'll move on to one more, our very final one. What happens if tracking finds a problem at sea? Oh no, sorry. Does the meeting of EU directives on renewable energy and possible fines override the environmental concerns of offshore renewable and possible dangers of them? Yeah, simple and short for our final question, that last one. Does the meeting of EU directives on renewable energy and possible fines override the environmental concerns of offshore renewables and possible dangers of them? Anybody like to tackle this one? Patrick?
No. Okay.
Yes, please.
The key word for me in that sentence is possible. The quickest thing that needs to be done is figure out, are they real? Where are the real risks? Where are not the real risks? And then build your arguments surrounding what is truly the problem. And if it's not a problem, the problem goes away.
Okay, we've got more answers here. We'll have to make these quick, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so very quickly, to go back to Donald Rumsfeld, remember at the time of the thing, the unknown unknowns. And that part of the possibility, I think we're going to have to open our mind up with at the moment. There's studies coming in from the North Sea already showing the movement of water masses around large-scale arrays of wind farm installations. And while from a hydrological perspective, they're not that significant, in actual fact, from a biological significance, they're much greater, because there's a timing issue there as well as just a physical water mass movement issue too. And so it's all about compromise, and it'll always be about compromise. We have to put these things up on the table, not as naysayers and you can't do unless you solve all these problems, but be aware of it, and it's coming down the tracks anyway, so I think the timing here is going to overtake us in terms of what's being done. So we have to just do the best that we can, and of course SeaMonitor and the arrays are part of the solution to that.
We've got two more answers here I can see people want. We'll have to make them quick, I'm afraid.
I'll be quick enough. I think the trap we need to avoid is that we don't end up going partisan on something like marine renewable energy. This is a very good question, but it's also like, what are the potential dangers? There's also some potential benefits through habitat, creation and bits and bobs. So it is a nuanced discussion to have. So I think it's that we don't go too far for or against, and we have a grown-up chat about it, because there are problems, but there's some good things as well.
And the final word.
Yeah, I think this is the challenge that we're dealing with at the moment, and it also addresses the previous question about how we manage skate and sharks, etc. Thankfully, everything is now within an ecosystem-based approach. So we can't look at something just as a single. We have to look at everything, and we have to bring it all together. It makes it more complex, but that's what we have to try to do. And if we look at renewables, we know that one of the biggest threats to our marine environment is ocean acidification and rising temperatures. And renewables is actually one of the things that could mitigate that for us. So we do have to look at all of these different scenarios and try to model the scenarios of what it is. And it is going to be finding just that balance between climate action, nature, and really sustainable use of our seas. And that's the complexity that it is, but we've just to work through all of those different scenarios in trying to look at these challenges.
Well, thank you very much. Now, that was a lot of questions we've been through, but I'm sure you may have more, and I'm sure these people will not mind if you ask them offline and off stage, as it were. And I've just volunteered them, so they can't do anything about it, I'm afraid. Can we please give our whole panel a huge round of applause and thank you as they exit the stage. if you wouldn't mind leaving us, because we've got one more final thing before lunch, we're going to hear from Sharon McMahon. I'd like to welcome to the stage the Loughs Agency CEO to share her thoughts on the SeaMonitor project as a whole. Thanks once more. Welcome to the stage, Sharon, please.
Well, how do I follow that morning? It was fantastic. 2 days, 2 amazing days. So my last speech of the day is in closing the SeaMonitor part of this conference. So bear with me. I know you are all dying to get to lunch, so I'll be very, very brief. I think I was given 5 minutes, so I'll try and keep to that. So I'd just like to start by expressing my sincere thanks to absolutely everyone involved in SeaMonitor from start to finish. The project has been an outstanding example of collaborative working between government departments, state agencies, marine research organisations and academic institutions right across the island of Ireland, Scotland and Canada. And this is indeed proof of what can be achieved when we collectively share our knowledge and expertise to find solutions and answers to common shared problems that, as we've discussed, can lead to better policy making, better decision making and enabling and facilitating learning from that collaborative approach. SeaMonitor has been a remarkable success, as we've seen over the past 2 days, but over the past 4 years, what we've seen in the agency, we know it's been a success, and I have to thank every one of the staff involved in it for their tireless efforts, and indeed of the entire consortium involved that has worked together seamlessly to produce groundbreaking results. There are so many I need to thank, so apologies if I miss anyone, so I'm just going to give a broad brush to all of the organisations involved: the Atlantic Technological University, University College Cork, the University of California, Davis, the Agri-Foods and Biosciences Institute, Queen's University Belfast, the Ocean Tracking Network at Dalhousie University in Canada, the Marine Institute and Glasgow, the University of Glasgow, for their dedication and collaboration on the project. It also goes without saying that a number of people within Loughs Agency team has played an enormous role in bringing the project to the fore. I'd like to say a very, very special thanks to Ross, the Principal Project Officer. I've written here for ensuring the smooth running of both the project as well as the organisation of the conference, but it's much more than that. Ross has made my job as CEO of the agency entirely easy throughout this entire process. So a big thank you, Ross, for what you've did over the 4 years. I'd also like to single out Diego, our Senior Scientific Officer in SeaMonitor, for his sterling work, and I am delighted, picking up on Joanne's point, we've delighted to been able to secure a contract with Diego for the foreseeable future within the agency as part of our core scientific team, so we're delighted that Diego will be staying on. On behalf of the project, I would like to thank our funders. We heard earlier this morning from Gina, the CEO of the Special EU Programmes Body, and without the assistance of SEUPB and the INTERREG VA funding, SeaMonitor would simply not have been possible. I would also like to thank Andrew King from SEUPB for his support over the last 4 years, and to the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland and the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government in Ireland, both of whom have contributed immensely to the success of SeaMonitor. And in particular, I'd like to say a huge thank you to both Colin and Oliver, who have provided much needed support and guidance from the very start. I couldn't close the SeaMonitor section of this conference without acknowledging our former colleague and my former colleague in Loughs Agency, Dr. Paddy Boylan. Dr. Boylan, together with a number of individuals here today, inspired and contributed to the project concept and design at the very beginning. His vision laid the foundations for what SeaMonitor would eventually become. It is an exciting time for marine research and conservation, and we have much to look forward to as we embark on a new chapter. I am confident that the Straits project will build upon the foundations laid by SeaMonitor, and that the research and data collated will be instrumental in shaping policy and management decisions, ensuring the protection of marine life and ecosystems. To conclude, I would like to extend my gratitude once again to all of the members of the SeaMonitor Consortium for their remarkable work and dedication for marine research and conservation. I hope you're all looking forward to the afternoon session, which is very much focused on the future, where we will wrap up the conference and with some final invaluable insights and ideas pertaining to the Straits project. Thank you all for your attendance over the last 2 days. As we have seen from the presentations yesterday and the discussions this morning, together we have achieved a lot through this project, but yes, we acknowledge we have more to do. The agency is very conscious that globally there is a demand and need for collaborative structures to ensure effective and ethical stewardship and protection of some of our most precious and valued shared environmental and natural resources. So my final message to everyone here today is that it is vital that we continue to strive to work in a collaborative approach with multiple organisations across multiple jurisdictions to ensure and enhance the long-term sustainability of our oceans, seas and rivers. So with those final words, I'd like to officially close this part of the SeaMonitor conference. Thank you all for listening.
Massive thank you, Sharon. So, after lunch, we'll be getting straight stuck into the Straits project, and we'll hear more. That means we want you back in your seats by 2. But until then, enjoy the rest of your time. Go have a bite to eat. Lunch is provided. We'll see you very, very soon. Before you go, could we have one final round of applause for everybody you've heard from this morning? They've been such fun.
Hello, I'm Tasha and welcome to QB Conservation, your lockdown lowdown on new ecology research. In this series, we challenged biologists at Queen's to tell us about exciting new research in just a few minutes.
So my name's John Houghton and I am a senior lecturer, that's associate professor for those outside the kind of UK, in marine biology at Queen's University Belfast.
What is the SeaMonitor Basking Shark project?
SeaMonitor Basking Shark is trying to find a way where we can think collectively about basking shark conservation in our little corner of the world, which contains Scotland, Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland. And because the animals are so fast moving and they move so freely between these different territorial waters, we want to kind of join up our thinking and come up with a really good collective response, how we can manage and conserve them. If you're going to bring it into the context of sort of protected areas or conservation measures, you need to be able to know what the animals are doing over a longer period of time, which is where the monitoring comes on. So if we designate a particular area or we consider a particular area important, how do we substantiate important and how do we know it stays kind of a hotspot for that species?
Why are basking sharks particularly important in this area?
Conservation of basking sharks in this region is really important, I guess, because there's good numbers of basking sharks around our region. But we're going back a century. They were viewed more pragmatically as a resource, almost as a fisheries catch. And yeah, their numbers did drop. So the efforts now are to really make sure that they are on their way back and to make sure we can remove any obstacles to that recovery.
Do you have hope for the future of basking shark conservation?
I think it's really quite hopeful. I mean, we're in a fantastic technological age. Technology doesn't make you smart, but it does enable you to actually ask and try and draw in some information on some previously impossible questions. I think there's a lot of good people in this game. A lot of people are talking to each other. There's a real kind of momentum for everyone working together towards the common goal. So yeah, I'd say I'm hopeful.
My name is Ross O'Neill. I'm with the Marine Institute. My role is to look after the autonomous underwater vehicle, otherwise known as the glider.
My name is Catherine Waters. I'm a scientific and technical officer in the Marine Institute based in Newport. Predominantly I've been involved with the acoustic tagging of Atlantic salmon. We've also supported Queen's University Belfast with the tagging of basking shark and flapper skate.
So the glider is essentially an underwater robotic torpedo that can be programmed to travel to various locations within the ocean. And while travelling, it records environmental data such as water temperature and salinity, but also has a capability to listen out for any dolphins or whales in the area, and also any fish, animals or other animals that might be tagged with acoustic tags, and it detects them, and then we can tell essentially where these fish or animals are at a given time.
And so the SeaMonitor project that we've both been working on has really fitted into our institute really well. It's been a really innovative project. My role, acoustically tagging Atlantic salmon, releasing them from our Burshul facility out in Newport, and basically tracking the Atlantic salmon through the inshore waters through Clew Bay, Clare Island and Achill, and basically monitoring their migration pathways, the timings and the speed that it takes them to get out into the marine environment. So in this project we've been able to track our salmon further than we ever have before in the marine environment, and Ross has been operating the glider, can go into that a bit more.
Yeah, so typically with acoustic tagging you're limited to areas close to where your acoustic receivers are, which are usually in coastal waters just for ease of access. So once these fish move beyond these ranges where they can be picked up, they kind of go out into the unknown, into the open ocean, and this is a huge problem for understanding salmon migration. So using the robotic glider, we were able to deploy it up along the shelf edge, which is a kind of area of water where the depth goes from about 200 metres down to over a kilometre quite quickly. As a result, there's a current that flows very fast coming up from the Bay of Biscay all the way up to Norway, where we believe the salmon use this current as a kind of a motorway to get up to feeding grounds there. The glider was deployed 3 times on a mission up in that neck of the woods, kind of northwest of Scotland, northwest of the Hebrides. And what we were able to identify was the detection of 4 separate salmon smolts. And as Kat mentioned, the furthest in Europe from their spawning rivers at over 600 kilometres, which was one that we Catherine tagged on the west coast of Ireland and was picked all the way up off the north of Scotland.
The really great thing about the SeaMonitor project is it's such a collaborative project. There are multiple partners from Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland, and we've all been working together now for a few years, so we've got some really strong collaborative bonds. And as I mentioned, we've been working with Queen's University Belfast on the basking shark and the flapper skate, and we've actually been tagging those individuals for them, and very little is known about those animals. They're really sensitive species, so anything that we can do, any information we can give is new and is novel. So it's been really great to work with all different partners in the different jurisdictions, because as you know, like the animals we've been working on, they don't know any borders or jurisdictions, so yeah, it's been really great to be able to track them further than we ever had before up the west coast of Ireland and Scotland. I suppose as we go into the future, the work that has been undertaken by the SeaMonitor project lays the foundation for a better understanding of how climate change is impacting the ocean, not only physical oceanography, but also on the animals that live there. The animals, you know, that move and migrate and feed and completely live in the ocean, they're the best indicators of change in the ocean. So by understanding how their natural behaviour is changing, we can understand what's actually going on in the ocean. And yeah, and hopefully we can build on SeaMonitor now and into the future.
Exactly.
A unique marine research project was launched in April 2019. SeaMonitor is aiming to help address some of the issues facing our ocean life in our regional waters.
Introduce this. So I guess at the core of it, kind of the original thinking of it, there's a strong sort of salmon heart to the project, which is the reason for looking at that offshore movement of salmon and looking at that kind of survivorship out in the open water areas. That's the original idea, expanded very rapidly. So to include basking sharks, to include skate, to include porpoise, to include the seals.
Delivered on an unprecedented scale, this is Europe's largest marine life tracking project. A variety of species are tagged with transmitters, sending out a range of information, including location and depth, with the data recorded as they pass a line of underwater receivers, called an array. The information will help us better understand and protect some of the most vulnerable species in our seas. In March 2020, the Marine Institute's research vessel, Celtic Voyager, was commissioned to deploy the line of underwater receivers which make up the array. Using the latest in GPS and acoustic telemetry technology, these receivers will stretch from Malin Head in Ireland to Islay in Scotland. With the data collected, tracks and models will be generated to better understand species and the pressures they face. By the Loughs Agency and an international consortium of partners. Together, we will produce marine spatial models for each species. Working collaboratively with a variety of stakeholders and our sister projects. For the first time, marine management plans will be developed for Atlantic salmon in the Foyle and Clyde River systems. To learn more, please visit our website, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to our joint e-zine.
Research on cetaceans is important for many reasons. First off, to protect them as species, but also to protect the whole marine environment.
The main objective of GMIT's involvement in SeaMonitor is to carry out the acoustic monitoring. So we are looking at cetacean occurrence. It also allows us to identify threats that could, in the long term, have huge issues for these animals. So by doing this research, then we're able to look at best practices for the conservation of the species.
And we're using acoustics because it can allow us to monitor for a very long period of time. And also cetaceans are kind of hard to see. Like first, we only see them when they come to the surface. And then you need very calm sea conditions, which doesn't happen every day. So the acoustic is really interesting for us. We can leave the hydrophone in the water for months at a time. And then when we get them back, we get detections. It works pretty well with cetaceans because they are very vocal species. They use sound for navigation, foraging, communication. How can we tell which species it is when we're recording with the hydrophone? Some cetaceans have a signature, and then the patterns in their call can help us determine the species.
The main cetacean species that we think that we're going to get is harbour porpoise, bottlenose dolphins, common dolphins, Risso's dolphins if they were in the area. We can target baleen whales as well.
We set up a collaboration with two other projects, MARPAM and Compass. So we conducted land-based surveys, and then based on this we can compute where the animal was, and the idea is getting a detection range for the hydrophone. I think what's interesting with this project is also that it shows that conservation efforts needs to be carried out like in collaboration. Like for example, cetaceans, they're very mobile creatures and they don't know our borders. So I think this project really shows that we need to work together if we want to make things happen.
I'm Tasha and welcome to QB Conservation, your lockdown lowdown on new ecology research. In this series, we challenged biologists at Queen's to tell us about exciting new research in just a few minutes.
So my name's John Houghton and I'm a senior lecturer, that's associate professor for those outside the kind of UK, in marine biology at Queen's University Belfast.
What is the SeaMonitor Basking Shark project?
SeaMonitor Basking Shark is trying to find a way where we can think collectively about basking shark conservation in our little corner of the world, which contains Scotland, Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland. And because the animals are so fast moving and they move so freely between these different territorial waters, we want to kind of join up our thinking and come up with a really good collective response, how we can manage and conserve them. If you're going to bring it into the context of sort of protected areas or conservation measures, you need to be able to know what the animals are doing over a longer period of time, which is where the monitoring comes on. So if we designate a particular area or we consider a particular area important, how do we substantiate important and how do we know it stays kind of a hotspot for that species?
Why are basking sharks particularly important in this area?
Conservation of basking sharks in this region is really important, I guess, because there's good numbers of basking sharks around our region. But we're going back a century. They were viewed more pragmatically as a resource, almost as a fisheries catch. And yeah, their numbers did drop. So the efforts now are to really make sure that they are on their way back and to make sure we can remove any obstacles to that recovery.
Do you have hope for the future of basking shark conservation?
I think it's really quite hopeful. I mean, we're in a fantastic technological age. Technology doesn't make you smart, but it does enable you to actually ask and try and draw in some information on some previously impossible questions. I think there's a lot of good people in this game. A lot of people are talking to each other. There's a real kind of momentum for everyone working together towards the common goal. So yeah, I'd say I'm hopeful.
My name is Ross O'Neill. I'm with the Marine Institute. My role is to look after the autonomous underwater vehicle, otherwise known as the glider.
My name's Catherine Waters. I'm a scientific and technical officer in the Marine Institute based in Newport. Predominantly I've been involved with the acoustic tagging of Atlantic salmon. We've also supported Queen's University Belfast with the tagging of basking shark and flapper skate.
So the glider is essentially an underwater robotic torpedo that can be programmed to travel to various locations within the ocean. And while travelling, it records environmental data such as water temperature and salinity, but also has a capability to listen out for any dolphins or whales in the area, and also any fish, animals or other animals that might be tagged with acoustic tags, and it detects them, and then we can tell essentially where these fish or animals are at a given time.
And so the SeaMonitor project that we've both been working on has really fitted into our institute really well. It's been a really innovative project. My role, acoustically tagging Atlantic salmon, releasing them from our Burshul facility out in Newport, and basically tracking the Atlantic salmon through the inshore waters through Clew Bay, Clare Island and Achill, and basically monitoring their migration pathways, the timings and the speed that it takes them to get out into the marine environment. So in this project we've been able to track our salmon further than we ever have before in the marine environment, and Ross has been operating the glider, can go into that a bit more.
Yeah, so typically with acoustic tagging, you're limited to areas close to where your acoustic receivers are, which are usually in coastal waters just for ease of access. So once these fish move beyond these ranges where they can be picked up, they kind of go out into the unknown, into the open ocean. And this is a huge problem for understanding salmon migration. So using the robotic glider, we were able to deploy it up along the shelf edge, which is a kind of area of water where the depth goes from about 200 metres down to over a kilometre quite quickly. As a result, there's a current that flows very fast coming up from the Bay of Biscay all the way up to Norway, where we believe the salmon use this current as a kind of a motorway to get up to feeding grounds there. The glider was deployed 3 times on a mission up in that neck of the woods, kind of northwest of Scotland, northwest of the Hebrides. And what we were able to identify was the detection of 4 separate salmon smolts. And as Kat mentioned, the furthest in Europe from their spawning rivers at over 600 kilometres, which was one that we Catherine tagged on the west coast of Ireland and was picked all the way up off the north of Scotland.
The really great thing about the SeaMonitor project is it's such a collaborative project. There are multiple partners from Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland, and we've all been working together now for a few years, so we've got some really strong collaborative bonds. And as I mentioned, we've been working with Queen's University Belfast on the basking shark and the flapper skate, and we've actually been tagging those individuals for them, and very little is known about those animals. They're a really sensitive species. So anything that we can do, any information we can give is new and is novel. So it's been really great to work with all different partners in the different jurisdictions, because as you know, like the animals we've been working on, they don't know any borders or jurisdictions. So yeah, it's been really great to be able to track them further than we ever had before up the west coast of Ireland and Scotland.
I suppose as we go into the future, the work that has been undertaken by the SeaMonitor project lays the foundation for a better understanding of how climate change is impacting the ocean, not only physical oceanography, but also on the animals that live there. The animals, you know, that move and migrate and feed and completely live in the ocean, they're the best indicators of change in the ocean. So by understanding how their natural behaviour is changing, we can understand what's actually going on in the ocean.
And yeah, and hopefully we can build on SeaMonitor now and into the future.
Exactly.
A unique marine research project was launched in April 2019. SeaMonitor is aiming to help address some of the issues facing our ocean life in our regional waters.
Introduce this. So I guess at the core of it, kind of the original thinking of it, there's a strong sort of salmon heart to the project, which is the reason for looking at that offshore movement of salmon and looking at that kind of survivorship out in the open water areas. The original idea expanded very rapidly, so to include basking sharks, to include skate, to include porpoise, to include the seals.
Delivered on an unprecedented scale, this is Europe's largest marine life tracking project. A variety of species are tagged with transmitters, sending out a range of information, including location and depth, with the data recorded as they pass a line of underwater receivers called an array. The information will help us better understand and protect some of the most vulnerable species in our seas. In March 2020, the Marine Institute's research vessel, Celtic Voyager, was commissioned to deploy the line of underwater receivers which make up the array. Using the latest in GPS and acoustic telemetry technology, these receivers will stretch from Malin Head in Ireland to Islay in Scotland. With the data collected, tracks and models will be generated to better understand species and the pressures they face. By the Loughs Agency and an international consortium of partners. Together, we will produce marine spatial models for each species. Working collaboratively with a variety of stakeholders and our sister projects. For the first time, marine management plans will be developed for Atlantic salmon in the Foyle and Clyde River systems. To learn more, please visit our website, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to our joint e-zine.
Research on cetaceans is important for many reasons. First off, to protect them as species, but also to protect the whole marine environment.
The main objective of GMIT's involvement in SeaMonitor is to carry out the acoustic monitoring. So we are looking at cetacean occurrence. It also allows us to identify threats that could, in the long term, have huge issues for these animals. So by doing this research, then we're able to look at best practices for the conservation of the species.
And we're using acoustics because it can allow us to monitor for a very long period of time. And also cetaceans are kind of hard to see. Like first, we only see them when they come to the surface. And then you need very calm sea conditions, which doesn't happen every day. So the acoustic is really interesting for us. We can leave the hydrophone in the water for months at a time. And then when we get them back, we get detections. It works pretty well with cetaceans because they are very vocal species. They use sound for navigation, foraging, communication. How can we tell which species it is when we're recording with the hydrophone? Some cetaceans have a signature, and then the patterns in their call can help us determine the species.
The main cetacean species that we think that we're going to get is harbour porpoise, bottlenose dolphins, common dolphins, Risso's dolphins if they were in the area. We can target baleen whales as well.
We set up a collaboration with two other projects, MARPAM and Compass. So we conducted land-based surveys, and then based on this we can compute where the animal was, and the idea is getting a detection range for the hydrophones. I think what's interesting with this project is also that it shows that conservation efforts needs to be carried out like in collaboration. Like for example, cetaceans, they're very mobile creatures and they don't know our borders. So I think this project really shows that we need to work together if we want to make things happen.
Hello, I'm Tasha and welcome to QB Conservation, your lockdown lowdown on new ecology research. In this series, we challenged biologists at Queen's to tell us about exciting new research in just a few minutes.
So my name's John Houghton and I'm a senior lecturer, that's associate professor for those outside the kind of UK, in marine biology at Queen's University Belfast.
What is the SeaMonitor Basking Shark project?
SeaMonitor Basking Shark is trying to find a way where we can think collectively about basking shark conservation in our little corner of the world, which contains Scotland, Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland. And because the animals are so fast moving and they move so freely between these different territorial waters, we want to join up our thinking and come up with a really good collective response, how we can manage and conserve them. If you're going to bring it into the context of sort of protected areas or conservation measures, you need to be able to know what the animals are doing over a longer period of time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Comes on. So if we
yes, perfect. We can hear each other perfectly. That's lovely.
Or we consider a particular area important.
No, we should be just Grace Communications, this call here.
How do we know it stays kind of a hot spot?
Were you making a call there now?
Why are basking sharks particularly?
Oh yes, that was us. Don't worry about it. That's unresolved.
Basking sharks in this region is
okay. Perfect.
Really
I am the audio technician. I'm going to hand the microphone to Simon. He is the compere, and I believe we will be getting shortly. The next voice you will hear will be Simon.
Yeah, their numbers did drop. So the efforts now are to really.
That's right, yeah. So you will hear Simon, and he will ask you to bring up a presentation, I believe, and then we can begin.
Do you have hope for the future of basking shark conservation?
I think it's really quite hopeful. I mean, we're in a fantastic technological age.
You hear
Technology
people
can make
talking.
it smart, but it does enable you to actually ask and try and draw in some of the information.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you do. You do not need this. There we go.
I think there's a lot of good people in this game. A lot of people talking to each other. There's a real kind of momentum.
Right, that's lovely. I will now give this microphone to Simon, and you will hear from him shortly.
I'm with the Marine Institute. My role is to look after the autonomous underwater vehicle,
yes, we can.
Otherwise known as the glider.
My name is Catherine Waters. I'm a scientific and technical officer in the Marine Institute, based in Newport. Predominantly I've been involved with the acoustic tagging of Atlantic salmon. We've also supported Queen's University Belfast with the tagging of basking shark and flapper skate.
So the glider is essentially an underwater robotic torpedo that can be programmed to travel to various locations within the ocean. And while travelling, it records environmental data such as water temperature and salinity, but also has the capability to listen out for any dolphins or whales in the area, and also any fish, animals or other animals that might be tagged with acoustic tags, and it detects them, and then we can tell essentially where these fish or animals are at a given time.
And so the SeaMonitor project that we've both been working on has really fitted into our institute really well. It's been a really innovative project. My role, acoustically tagging Atlantic salmon, releasing them from our Burshul facility out in Newport, and basically tracking the Atlantic salmon through the inshore waters through Clew Bay, Clare Island and Achill, and basically monitoring their migration pathways, the timings and the speed that it takes them to get out into the marine environment. So in this project we've been able to track our salmon further than we ever have before in the marine environment, and Ross has been operating the glider, can go into that a bit more.
Yeah, so typically with acoustic tagging you're limited to areas close to where your acoustic receivers are, which are usually in coastal waters just for ease of access. So once these fish move beyond these ranges where they can be picked up, they kind of go out into the unknown, into the open ocean, and this is a huge problem for
just a quick warning, we will kick off again in 5 minutes.
So using the robotic glider, we were able to deploy it up along the shelf edge, which is a kind of area of water where the depth goes from about 200 metres down to over a kilometre quite quickly. As a result, there's a current that flows very fast, coming up from the Bay of Biscay all the way up to Norway, where we believe the salmon use this current as a kind of a motorway to get up to feeding grounds there. The glider was deployed 3 times on a mission up in that neck of the woods, kind of northwest of Scotland, northwest of the Hebrides. And what we were able to identify was the detection of 4 separate salmon smolts. And as Kat mentioned, the furthest in Europe from their spawning rivers at over 600 kilometres, which was one that we Catherine tagged on the west coast of Ireland and was picked all the way up off the north of Scotland.
The really great thing about the SeaMonitor project is it's such a collaborative project. There are multiple partners from Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland. And we've all been working together now for a few years, so we've got some really strong collaborative bonds. And as I mentioned, we've been working with Queen's University Belfast on the basking shark and the flapper skate, and we've actually been tagging those individuals for them, and very little is known about those animals. They're really sensitive species, so anything that we can do, any information we can give is new and is novel. So it's been really great to work with all different partners in the different jurisdictions, because as you know, like the animals we've been working on, they don't know any borders or jurisdictions. So yeah, it's been really great to be able to track them further than we ever had before up the west coast of Ireland and Scotland.
I suppose as we go into the future, the work that has been undertaken by the SeaMonitor project lays the foundation for a better understanding of how climate change is impacting the ocean, not only physical oceanography, but also on the animals that live there. The animals, you know, that move and migrate and feed and completely live in the ocean, they're the best indicators of change in the ocean. So by understanding how their natural behaviour is changing, we can understand what's actually going on in the ocean.
And yeah, and hopefully we can build on SeaMonitor now and into the future.
Exactly.
A unique marine research project was launched in April 2019. SeaMonitor is aiming to help address some of the issues facing our ocean life in our regional waters.
Introduce this. So I guess at the core of it, kind of the original thinking of it, there's a strong sort of salmon heart to the project, which is the reason for looking at that offshore movement of salmon and looking at that kind of survivorship out in the open water areas. The original idea expanded very rapidly. So to include basking sharks, to include skate, to include porpoise, to include the seals.
Delivered on an unprecedented scale, this is Europe's largest marine life tracking project. A variety of species are tagged with transmitters, sending out a range of information, including location and depth, with the data recorded as they pass a line of underwater receivers called an array. The information will help us better understand and protect some of the most vulnerable species in our seas. In March 2020, the Marine Institute's research vessel, Celtic Voyager, was commissioned to deploy the line of underwater receivers which make up the array. Using the latest in GPS and acoustic telemetry technology, these receivers will stretch from Malin Head in Ireland to Islay in Scotland. With the data collected, tracks and models will be generated to better understand species and the pressures they face. By the Loughs Agency and an international consortium of partners. Together, we will produce marine spatial models for each species. Working collaboratively with a variety of stakeholders and our sister projects. For the first time, marine management plans will be developed for Atlantic salmon in the Foyle and Clyde River systems. To learn more, please visit our website, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to our joint e-zine.
Research on cetaceans is important for many reasons. First off, to protect them as species, but also to protect the whole marine environment.
The main objective of GMIT's involvement in SeaMonitor is to carry out the acoustic monitoring. So we are looking at cetacean occurrence. It also allows us to identify threats that could, in the long term, have huge issues for these animals. So by doing this research, then we're able to look at best practices for the conservation of the species.
And we're using acoustics because it can allow us to monitor for a very long period of time. And also cetaceans are kind of hard to see. Like first, we only see them when they come to the surface. And then you need very calm sea conditions, which doesn't happen every day. So the acoustic is really interesting for us. We can leave the hydrophone in the water for months at a time. And then when we get them back, we get detections. It works pretty well with cetaceans because
Please take your seats, everyone. We've got a packed afternoon ahead. Have we lost a few? Okay, everyone, I hope that you fed and watered. And again, that you've gone off and made some new friends. You'll get more chances to explore things with them as we go on. But to give you a quick reminder of what we've got ahead of us, shortly we're going to hear from Pierre Kertemont, who's a project officer for the EU Commission. He'll be joining us over the internet. And then we're going to have a series of speed talks from people who've been involved with the project. And this is the launch of the Straits project right now. There'll be a maritime coffeehouse roundtable discussion. So we'll be using Slido again to see what you like, but we'll be coming to each of the tables to see if you've got anything you want to impart after you've had your discussions among yourselves, if there's anything you want to share with the wider group. And then finally, we'll get to the closing of the conference. And then we'll go off our own ways and make the world a better place until this time next year, hopefully. Who knows? So, without any further ado, joining us over the web, we have the EU Commissioner Project Officer, Pierre Kertemont.
Yes, hello. I hope you can hear me. I will start sharing my presentation first of all, hoping that it works. Apparently, it says that host disabled participant screen sharing. So if you could maybe enable it. And in the meantime, I will just maybe say a few words to introduce myself. I'm Pierre. I will be the project officer for Straits. And I'm really happy to be in charge. Yeah, I see something's changing. So I'm very happy to be here today with you, and also very sad not to be there physically. I attended this morning remotely through the web streaming, and I found it super interesting. So I'm really sad not to be in this beautiful setting, and also meeting all these very interesting people. But it will be for the next time, I hope. So now I'll start. I'll try again. So yeah, can you see my PowerPoint presentation? I don't see you, so
We can see everything, Pierre, if you can hear us.
Okay, fantastic, fantastic. So Next week, we'll have a meeting, internal meeting with the consortium, with the coordinator and the work package leaders to discuss a bit more details, the practicalities of what it is to manage a project, a European research project. So I won't go at all in those details now. And instead, we agreed with Ross to have a presentation which would be focused more on the policy context, to discuss a little bit where STRAITS stands in the European research infrastructure landscape. So maybe to start with, I would like to come back to something that was said earlier today, that STRAITS will build on the SeaMonitor project, on the legacy of SeaMonitor. And I think this is very much true, and I was really impressed to learn more about SeaMonitor. Yet, it's also important to understand that this is a completely different funding scheme, and that STRAITS isn't a type of project. So it has a completely different geographical scope, but also a different objective. So yes, of course, it will build on the legacy of SeaMonitor, but we expect from STRAITS things which were not included in SeaMonitor. And this is a little bit what we're going to see now. First, I hope you can see the slides changing. So I will start with, I forgot to mention that this presentation has been prepared not only by myself, but also my colleague Agnès Robin, who cannot be with us today, but so she's in charge of the policy side of research infrastructures in the European Commission. And I work in the European Research Agency, REA, which is in charge of the implementation of the projects which are funded under that scheme. So we work, of course, together. So first, STRAITS is part of the research infrastructure program. So I'm not sure everybody is really familiar with the notion of research infrastructures. So just a quick reminder that there are, research infrastructures, the way we see it in Europe and in many parts of the world, there are facilities which provide resources and services. What is very specific to research infrastructures and makes them different from big laboratories is that they provide access to external users. So they have mechanisms to open the infrastructure to external users who are selected based on the excellence of their project, and they can come and they can have access to the facilities. This is the definition of a research infrastructure, and there are all kinds of research infrastructures in all fields of research. They can be single-sited, like, for instance, the big particle accelerator. They can be distributed, for instance, ecological field stations. They can be virtual, like databases, for instance. Here there are quite a few examples, but there are, of course, many more. So you can have archives, collections, data infrastructures, but also telescopes. For instance, a telescope is typically a research infrastructure. Research vessels, free electron lasers, computing systems, communication networks. These are just a few examples. So now research infrastructures get their own part of the research funds in our funding program. So Horizon Europe, many of you are already very familiar with it, but just to just again a quick reminder, it's the funding scheme of the European Union for research and innovation. This program, Horizon Europe, spans over 7 years from 2021 to 2027, with a total budget of 95.5 billion euros. And in that big program, which is quite complex, divided into pillars and cross-cutting activities, there's pillar one, which is called Excellent Science, where the research infrastructure program is in good company with the European Research Council and the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions that you certainly know. The total budget on the 7 years of the research infrastructure program is 2.4 billion euros. So imagine with a program like this, we're quite ambitious. General objective is to empower Europe through an integrated ecosystem. Integrated is really the key word. We do not build research infrastructures. This is done by the member states, by other countries, but we really aim at integrating the research infrastructure ecosystem. And it's, of course, for fundamental knowledge creation, but it's also to address the big challenges, societal challenges. The work program for research infrastructures is divided into a series of sub-programs, which are called destinations. Don't ask me why, I have absolutely no idea. One of these destinations is called InfraDev. This is where you are. InfraDev, these are projects which aim at developing, consolidating, and optimizing the research infrastructure landscape in Europe. So more specifically, we want to create a world-leading, coherent, because it's far from being coherent in many cases. There are research infrastructures doing the same thing in many different parts of Europe. Agile, ready to adapt to new situations, and attractive for, I mean, globally, research infrastructure landscape in Europe. So we want to reduce the fragmentation. We want to avoid duplication of efforts. We want people to work together. The word collaboration has been used a lot this morning, and I think this is really key also in our program. So I will not go through all these different destinations. I will come back to it a little bit later, to one of them at least. But what matters that is where you are in the work program. I will just go through, the next few slides are not really nice to see because there's a lot of text and I will not read them. Anyway, you will have access to the presentation. And anyway, you have certainly looked very carefully at the work program before applying, because you applied for this project in this work program. So, but I think the main impacts are important to stress. The idea is to have to make it possible to make disruptive research or high-level research and innovation with interconnected and sustainable research infrastructures. The idea is to strengthen scientific excellence also. We want to be more attractive for researchers from all over the world. We want them to come to European research infrastructures because they are the best ones. We also want to coordinate the research infrastructure capacity. As I said, it's quite scattered among the different regions and countries in Europe. We want to reinforce the research and innovation capacities. And last but not least, we want to improve the European response to big challenges. There are scientific, technological, but also societal challenges. COVID appeared, well, the European research infrastructures in health immediately adapted their programs, opened access to scientists to tackle this new challenge. This is the kind of things we want to strengthen in Europe. Okay, so again, going a bit more into the details in this InfraDev 0101 program in 2022, it's the very technical name of this program where you applied. It's called Research Infrastructure Concept Development. There is a series of outcomes that we expect. By outcomes, we mean more specific impact. So we would like you to come up with a sound science case for a new research infrastructure. We would like you to plan, so at European level and at national level also, so that there is a coordination that is made for this idea of a new research infrastructure that you want to make. And also, the third bullet point there, we would like you to develop new services and new access opportunities so that more researchers from Europe and from the rest of the world can have access to the facilities which participate in this initiative. In terms of scope, the work program mentions that all the following aspects have to be covered. And actually, the main questions are how relevant is this project in relation to the ERA, the European Research Area, and the research infrastructure landscape in Europe. What are the research challenges that this new research infrastructure that you're going to design somehow, what are the research challenges that are going to make possible to address, including at global level? What are the existing gaps now in the infrastructure landscape in Europe and that you will cover, that you will fulfill? What are the possible synergies with the existing research infrastructures in Europe? As I said, we want to avoid duplication of efforts. So if there's a gap, then you have to fill it in somehow, but don't overlap with others. It's useless, but cooperate with others. And then what would be the potential impact of that infrastructure at regional level as well? And by impact, we mean scientific impact, of course, innovation, socio-economical impact, and also environmental impact. In the work program, the way it was drafted, there is also a paragraph there which starts with the project should also, and that looks a little bit like, yeah, if you can, you should also do this. This is not the case. These are things that you should really do, and these are actually very important things. I highlighted a few ones because these are the ones which are sometimes overlooked and sometimes a bit forgotten in some projects and are really central in this kind of project, in this program. The project should identify technologies and develop research, the research infrastructure architecture. What do we mean by that? You have to decide what kind of infrastructure you will make with the diverse facilities that you have in the project. So, for instance, is it going to be single site or distributed? In this case, the answer is obvious. It's a distributed research infrastructure because you have facilities in the four corners of Europe. But how do you see the structure of this infrastructure in the future? Is there going to be, for instance, a central hub which is going to facilitate the access to all the facilities, to facilitate the management of data for all the facilities? Then you have to identify also the scientific user communities and their needs, the ones that will have access and benefit from the access to the infrastructure. And you have to plan that ahead. Plan the services that you're going to offer to the users, make them available, make them easy to find somehow. Very importantly, we will ask you to also identify governance options for this future infrastructure. So, and strategic approaches for institutional stakeholders' commitment and engagement. What does this mean? It means that, and that was already mentioned earlier today, you have to make sure that what you do is sustainable on the long term and does not depend on EU funds or other funds that may come or not come, and does not depend on one project only. You have to secure somehow, if you want to build something which is more integrated from these diverse facilities, you have to think how this is going to be sustainable on the long term. And for that, you need the commitment from governments, from funding agencies. You need a stakeholders' commitment. How are you going to secure that? We expect also you to develop initial plans for financing the construction of the research infrastructure. And by construction, we don't mean, of course, building like concrete buildings, because this is not a centralized, you're not building a synchrotron or a laser facility, whatever. You are pooling together a series of existing facilities. But by construction, we mean what kind of structure are you going to give to this network? What kind also for the long-term sustainability of this infrastructure, what kind of synergies are you going to find with other funds and other programs, such as the regional funds, for instance, that you know already quite well. And then the question of data has also been addressed this morning and was also mentioned during the panel discussion. Indeed, you have to develop plans for an efficient data curation and preservation, and for the provision of access to data, because the infrastructure will generate data, will collect data, will produce data. How are you going to make sure that these data are made available? According to the FAIR principles, they will be findable, accessible, identifiable, reusable. Now, this was maybe for the context and for the work program, right? So now I will, in the last two slides, and then I'm done. In the last two slides, I will just maybe introduce a little bit the landscape, the context where the project currently stands. Well, you're not the only project to be funded in that very specific call. So in the same InfraDev call, the same year, in 2022, you were actually 9 projects to be selected for funding. You can see there the list of the projects. There's quite a diverse fields, quite a few different fields, but there's quite a lot in physics and astronomy this time. There's nothing in health because we had another call in parallel for health. There's nothing in humanities and social sciences, but you see there's a little bit of farmed animal genotype and phenotype research. There's plant genetic resource. And then I highlighted in green, of course, STRAITS is there. It's the last one on the list because it's just ranked by alphabetical order of the project acronym. I also highlighted in blue EuroGo-SHIP because maybe it's an interesting project you can liaise to. It aims to develop a concept for a new research infrastructure to support European hydrography, and they do it through research ships. So that can be of interest, maybe. And then in the last slide, we collected some ideas together with the colleagues in the European Commission on what would be the existing European research infrastructures, projects and programs that could be interesting for you to liaise to and to collaborate with. So first of all, in the current pan-European research infrastructures that exist, I just mentioned 3 here, but there may be others of interest. There's EMSO, the European Multidisciplinary Seafloor and Water Column Observatory. There's LifeWatch ERIC, which is the major e-infrastructure for biodiversity and ecosystem research with lots of data, with whom you will be willing to share your data. And then there's EMBRC, the European Marine Biological Resource Center. So these are, the 3 of them are ERICs. ERIC, for those of you who are not familiar with this, that means they're European Research Infrastructure Consortiums. It is actually a legal status that was created at EU level specifically for research infrastructures. So to be an ERIC, you need to fulfill a series of conditions. You need to get support from several member states, but you also need to be operational and to offer services throughout Europe. So these are very well integrated and already established research infrastructures. Then there is a series of projects, alliances, initiatives, and I mentioned only a few here. There's many, many more. I would like to mention the digital twins. This is something we are more and more interested in, and in particular the European digital twin of the ocean. This is not a project that we're funding per se. It's more a political initiative from the European Commission. The President of the Commission, the President von der Leyen, mentioned in one of her speech that we need a digital twin of the ocean in order to be able to understand how the ocean works and to gather all the available data to have models that are able to make us better understand the ocean and the impact of global change, for instance, on the ocean, the impact of biodiversity loss, etc. So this EU DTO is something that is currently being developed internally, but also throughout a series of projects, a series of initiatives, for instance, Iliad, but there are many others, which will feed this DTO, which doesn't exist yet. Then in the research infrastructure program, I mentioned there were other destinations. You are in InfraDev for the development of new research infrastructures. There's another part which is called InfraTech, which means which aims to develop new technologies for research infrastructures. And I'm just mentioning 2 projects. Again, there are many others. ANERIS, operational sensing life technologies for marine ecosystems, can be of interest for you to liaise to. And HIUS, which just had its kickoff meeting recently on High Arctic Ocean Observation System. They're also deploying all kinds of innovative instrumentation under the sea ice in the Arctic Ocean, including acoustic arrays. So that can also be of interest for you to see a bit what they're doing. Then there's all kinds of projects on ocean observation. I just mentioned 3 here a bit randomly because there are so many. So this is a bit for you to see, to check, but I think as project officer, it's also my role to see with you over the course of the project who you can liaise to. So of course, this is just these are just a few ideas, but we will follow up on that over the course of the project, of course. And then, of course, there's the All Atlantic Ocean Research Innovation Alliance. And then, last but not least, some European programs which have been developed or are being developed. You really need to ensure the interoperability with them and the availability of your data to them. Is the European Open Science Cloud, which eventually aims to be the place where researchers can find any data about any science. The EMODNet, which is going to play a more and more important role in the European digital twin of the ocean to provide data to this twin. So you have to somehow give availability to your data for EMODNet. And Copernicus, of course, and in particular, its ocean component. So these are just a few examples that to say that the project should not be isolated and work in its own bubble, but the project is really part of a big landscape, and it has a role to play. It is certainly filling a gap. Otherwise, you would not have been selected. It is certainly excellent, scientifically speaking. What my main message here is that it has to really collaborate, cooperate with the other initiatives to really make sure that it has an impact, the impact it deserves to have. So maybe just to finish, I heard I quite like this morning the quote of Muhammad Ali, which I don't remember the quote, but that said basically that small things can sometimes be the big problem. And as project officer, I want to tell you that I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you solve the small things so you can really focus on the big ones, on the research, on the research infrastructure, on the development of this fantastic project that you have. So I'm there to help. And I'm, again, very happy to be your project officer. I'm also looking forward to meeting you and the work package leaders and the coordinator a bit once again next week to discuss in a bit more details how we are going to proceed for the management of this project. And of course, I'm ready to answer any question you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pierre. So I think that's you officially launched. We should get some champagne and smash it against the screen. I think that's how it works, isn't it? So next up we have some speed talks. We're going to try and keep these snappy. So if those of you who are talking, I'd love it if you all come up and line up next to the stage. We've also got some people coming and joining us over the wire. But first of all, let's kick off. From the Danish Technical University, we have Kim Bernie Guiven. You ready? Go for it. Give her a round of applause, please. Go on.
Yeah, hi everyone. I was actually told by Ross that I had maybe like 15 minutes, so it's not quite a speed talk, but I will try to get through this as quickly as possible because I know we're a little behind schedule. Yeah, so my name is Kim, in case I haven't met all of you. I'm from the Technical University of Denmark, and I'm going to just really briefly introduce our brand new STRAITS project, and I think you've heard STRAITS about 2,000 times since yesterday, but it actually stands for Strategic Infrastructure for Improved Animal Tracking in European Seas. And I think, yeah, I can see that my slides are a different format now, but anyways, I hope you can see that down there. Essentially, in sort of one sentence, what STRAITS aims to do is to track the underwater world across all four corners of Europe. And I want to draw a little bit on a lot of the sort of keywords that we've heard, certainly from the Q&A sessions that we had prior to lunch, but we heard things like the need for collaboration, the need to monitor over larger spatial scales, longer temporal scales, the connectivity aspect and how these animals aren't, you know, they're not conscious that they're crossing borders, they're fish. And I think STRAITS is essentially kind of a solution, or at least a step forward to address some of these problems. So I'm not going to go into these mission statements in specificity, because I think what I just said kind of sums it up. But I want to draw your attention to the last point down there, and it's the fact that STRAITS is really the first step towards what we hope will become a permanent set of infrastructure. So you've kind of learned from the SeaMonitor project that you maybe have this infrastructure for 3 or 4 years, and then the funding runs out, and then that's it. And STRAITS, we were lucky with the timing, kind of works out well that the SeaMonitor array will be able to go back in the water, but we're really trying to achieve a permanent European tracking network. And we do already have a European tracking network, in case you're not aware. So we're a network of researchers, of knowledge, of infrastructure, of tagged animals. So yeah, we're essentially quite a big network, even though we're small. We have, I think, and Claudia might correct me, but we have more than 700 million detections in our database. We have more than 400 researchers part of our network. We have almost 20,000 animals tagged swimming in the water. So there's already quite a lot of projects, a lot of people collaborating to answer some of the questions that I think are sort of starting to become more and more pressing. So we have a lot of objectives within the STRAITS project, but I think the first one and the crux of the project is to deploy both active and passive acoustic infrastructure in the four corners of Europe, and then of course to undertake marine research projects that are developed collaboratively, strategically, and on a scale that is now much larger, really kind of the pan-European scale. And we've got 4 arrays. The North Channel, which I'm now being told needs to be called a SeaMonitor array permanently. Well, we have the Danish Straits, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a couple slides, since we are running it at the Technical University of Denmark. But we also have the Strait of Gibraltar between the Atlantic and the Med, and then the Bosphorus and Dardanelles Strait between the Med and the Black Sea. And I think you'll have a presentation from each of these arrays, so you'll get more details soon. We're a diverse group of experts in fish tracking and cetacean passive acoustics, so 10 different partners from a little bit all over Europe, as well as Canada, so we probably couldn't do this as well without the Ocean Tracking Network, so they are really the experts, and we do rely on their help and their expertise and their knowledge to make this work. And, well, I think I went one slide too far. We have 5 work packages. Won't get into the details, but of course we need a good group of people who can coordinate and sort of hoard all of us scientists. And I think the Loughs Agency is probably in one of the best positions to be able to do that. So they'll be running the coordination work package. We have communications and dissemination, so everything related to social media and dissemination of results. But it was kind of mentioned this morning, is we don't just want to disseminate to other scientists. We want to reach various groups of stakeholders, be it anglers or organizations like ICAT, the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas, ICES groups, the sky's the limit, and we also want to reach out to the public. So ocean literacy is something that we're conscious about and really trying to address in whatever small ways we can within this project. The biggest part of this project is, of course, the research infrastructure, so to deploy some arrays and tag some animals. And then we've got data management, so with all of these detections that we are getting back from our arrays, these need to go somewhere so that we can actually use them. And Claudia will give a presentation on that work package specifically, but it's millions of detections and it needs to go somewhere. We need to make sure that it's fair, it follows the FAIR principles. We also need to make sure that all of our infrastructure is interoperable, so our equipment needs to be able to talk to one another, otherwise it's pretty pointless. And there's also developments in terms of, we've been talking about acoustic telemetry, but what about satellite telemetry and pit telemetry and other types of telemetry that we could also implement into this database? And so this is kind of part of this work package. And then lastly, and Pierre alluded to that, the fact that a lot of the projects that we do are not permanent. We have funding for a set number of years and then the funding runs out and then that's it. But of course, if we want to turn this, Straits and the European Tracking Network more broadly into a permanent infrastructure that's available for all to use, then we need to look for funding opportunities and perhaps other opportunities to make this happen. So we also have a work package dedicated to this. Yeah, I can see that now all of my slides have been shifted, but just briefly about the Danish Straits. Essentially, it's between the Baltic and the Kattegat, so every fish that moves between these areas needs to go through one of these three channels. So we've got Lillebælt, which is a small bridge, we have Storebælt, which is a big bridge, and then we have the Sound between Denmark and Sweden, and all of the countries around the Baltic, every time they tag fish, if these fish make it out of the Baltic, they need to go through one of these channels, and so it's quite a relevant array. I'll get back to it in a few slides. It's really, right now we have a big eel project ongoing where eels, silver eels on their way to the Sargasso are being tagged in all of the different countries because we know that they pass out of the Danish Straits, and so we can look at escapement of eels through there. And that array is already in the water, has been in the water since 2018, so we've been collecting data since then, and it'll just continue on through the Straits project. And I just wanted to briefly mention a few species that, at least in Denmark, in the Technical University of Denmark, we're interested in. So Atlantic bluefin tuna is one of them. So we've been tagging them since 2017. We have almost 700 animals in the water. And so we tag them, I don't have a pointer, but we tag them in Denmark, between sort of Denmark and Sweden. And of course, we kind of expect to detect some of the fish there. And so the big green dots are the 4 main Straits arrays, but then we also have all of these other more kind of local arrays within the European Tracking Network. And of course, tunas are big fish, they move quite a distance, and so we might kind of expect the fish to go all over the place and be detected, certainly on the Straits arrays, and the Strait of Gibraltar is one that's particularly relevant here, but also in some of the other arrays as well. I mentioned the European eel, so in Denmark we are tagging them in the Baltic Sea with 9 other countries, and tracking them sort of on their way out of the Danish Straits, and they're going to the Sargasso Sea, which would be somewhere down here. But other countries in Europe, it becomes quite relevant now to tag some more eels, because there's now the opportunity to track them in a way that maybe it wasn't possible before. And certainly I'm not aware of good or not aware of a lot of data on the escapement of eels out of the Mediterranean Sea. So now that would be covered by the Strait of Gibraltar. Spiny dogfish, we haven't tagged them yet. We'll start this year. We are hoping with Norway and Sweden, so the blue dots up there, to be able to track these animals. We don't expect them to move to the same extent as bluefin tuna or eels, but even at a local scale, by collaborating with people nearby.
Hello, Miguel. My name is Kieran. I am the sound engineer.
Spiny dogfish
Can
are one
I
of the
please
most
have a
widely
sound
distributed
check before we
species
start?
across Europe and other regions, and
Yes.
there's still quite a lot of knowledge gaps. There's a lot of things that we don't know about these
Perfect.
fish. And so even if we don't expect them to make these large movements, if we're able to tag them over a large scale, then
yes,
we
you
can
can turn it on, please.
Patterns and various threats that they're facing. And this is similar for the thornback ray,
Perfect.
also very widely distributed.
Yes, I can see the picture and I can hear audio. That is perfect.
Yet, but it's certainly an opportunity for us and hopefully for others around Europe to do the same. And just to kind of bring it back to straits, this is for the first time ever we'll be able to track fish in all corners of Europe. And I think it's something that's been talked about for decades well, maybe not decades, but for quite a while from the tracking community. And we're now able to do it for the first time. So it also means that we can track animals at a sufficient scale to really assess and understand their needs and the potential threats that they face. And of course, I think our main goal for most of us here is to then be able to advise on policy and management and better conserve and protect the species. And I'm going to end with sort of an open invitation to everyone. This infrastructure, the Straits infrastructure, but certainly all of the infrastructure that is already part of the European tracking network is free to use by everyone. So if your fish gets detected on my array, it doesn't cost you anything. So I would really encourage people to join us. It'll take you 5 minutes to create an account online, and then all you have to do is put the data for your tagged animals in the database, and when we upload our data, you might find that your fish has gone further than you thought. But certainly, I guess it's also relevant for those of you who are tracking animals over larger scales. And just to give an example, as I said, we tag tuna in Denmark, so it's maybe not that surprising that we would detect them on our array. But because we're part of the European tracking network, we're able to see that our tunas have been detected on the fish intel arrays, or some arrays in the Bay of Biscay, in the Azores, in some of the tuna farms, or tuna cages, sorry, in the coast of Spain. So this gives me sort of a when and where my animal was that I would not have if I wasn't part of this network of people and infrastructure and tagged animals. So with this, I will say thank you. Feel free to send me an email if you think that you can use this infrastructure or you're interested in the results or whatever it is. Yeah, come talk to me or send me an email. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Kim. Now, joining us online from the Spanish Oceanographic Institute is Dr. Miguel Cabanillas Ribordo. Oh, good grief. I should try that again, shouldn't I? Can you hear us? You might want to introduce yourself as well. I might make a better job of it. Did I do okay?
Yes.
Hey, give it a shot. Thank you so much. Make it more welcome, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to attend this meeting for the kickoff of this challenge project, Straits. And I'm briefly going to explain the role of the Spanish partners, that we have the big challenge to close the Gibraltar Straits, like probably one of the most important natural gate for the migration of marine animals. And I want to present my institution, the Spanish Institute, the IAO, now currently embedded in the National Council of Investigation in Spain, has more than 1 century of experience in investigation related to agriculture, oceanography, and fisheries. And in the other partner related or that work together to achieve this challenge is IFAPA, is an Andalusian institute with more than 19 years of experience mainly in fisheries and experimentation in fisheries and collaboration with fishermen and fleets in the area. And both institutions have the logistics, the infrastructures, and relationship with fishermen's fleets that will ensure the big challenge to close acoustically Gibraltar Strait. It's important to note that Gibraltar Strait is a very high or very challenging area. In this area, exist big currents and tides. An important picocline and allocline affect this area because the cross of the both Atlantic and Mediterranean waters. These two challenges could affect the probability of detection in the receptors of acoustic, and in this area some parts are below 1,000 meters deep. But not also oceanographic and physical challenge affect this area, but also is one of the most one of the area most affected by an intense marine traffic that could affect the deployment and recovery of the units, of the acoustic units that will be solved using the infrastructure of the IO, the oceanographic vessels. In that case, I want to present the roles of the both institutions. In the case of the IO, the role is the challenge to close Gibraltar Strait. The idea is to close between Ceuta and Algeciras, avoiding the potential bureaucratic issues that would suppose to deploy it in African waters. In that case, this strategy avoid the African waters, and also. But this strategy must to solve the problem of deeper waters in which the deployment could conduct with an important deployment and a strategy locating the receivers at the middle waters in these deeper areas. In this sense, 4 oceanographic surveys will be conducted. The first one to test the range of the receivers and also to test the deployment and recovery of these receivers using releasers. The second one will be to deploy the complete array. The third will be for recover the array, download the data, and deploy it another time the array. And in the last year, the 4 survey to recover all the equipment. In the case of IFAPA, led by Cesar Vilas, will conduct in the first 3 years of the project the tagging of different fishes, like for example the bluefin tuna, European eels, bluefish, and other elasmobranchs. And is obviously the opportunities of the not only of the magnitude of the straits, but also the importance of this natural gate in terms of detect and understand the different the migration patterns, the behavior of different animals, marine animals, that could be tagged over the world. And well, this is all, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's keep cracking on. Now joining us from the Aegean University, it is Dr. Aytak Ozgul. Hey there, Aytak. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Aytak Ozgul. I am from Aegean University Faculty of Fisheries. Before the presentation, I would like to thank first of all Loughs and other partners to SeaMonitor-STRAITS Consortium. Yes, I am here to represent Aegean University. Aegean University is the 4th oldest university in Turkey. It was established 1985 in Izmir, and then we have almost 66 10,000 students and more than 10,000 academic and additional staffs. In this STRAITS project, EGE will deploy 25 acoustic receivers from the Edremit Bay. And continue Bosphorus and also Black Sea. And also I have to thanks to Otian and also Fred because they support us and also encourage before the project for this job. Thank you, Fred, again. And then our study area we called Turkish Straits system because it's defined 2 straits and also Marmara Sea. It's almost formed 75,000 years ago. And this array is also defined one of the 6 strategic arrays of the Aegean. The Turkish straits, due to their geographical and hydrological characteristic, a transition zone. It's also biological corridor for many migratory species. Comes from the Aegean to Black Sea or also turn back again. There is a upper layer currents. The lighter Black Sea waters comes from the Agency. And then also Mediterranean salty waters go to north in the bottom. And this is some similar to also Gibraltar. And the Bosphorus Straits located in Istanbul, and then we also say Istanbul Straits. It's natural strait and internationally significant waterway. It's also a border of the European and Asia continents. It's the world's narrowest straits used for international navigation. The Bosphorus Strait is 30 kilometers long, and the maximum height is 3 and 7 kilometers. The minimum is almost 700 meters. The average depth is almost 60 meters. In the Bosphorus, we have through bridge and two underwater tunnel to connection with the two Europe and Asia, but all of the bridge lacks in the land, and we don't use for acoustic receivers, deployment acoustic receivers, and we have to dive again. In the Dardanelles, and is 2 times long than Bosphorus. The widest part is 7 kilometers, narrowest part is 1 and 2 kilometers. The average depth is 60 or 80 meters. And also new Çanakkale Bridge is in the Dardanelles. This is the longest suspension bridge in the world, and you can see in the some lakes in the water, and we can use for deployment receivers. And many aquatic animals migrate between the Black Sea to Agency using this straits. In the SeaMonitor project, we will take the bluefish because this animals is very important species for us, and then they always migrate to Black Sea and then turn back Mediterranean again. This is very good for validation of our receivers. Our challenge, first of all, sea traffic and fishing activity is very intense. It's almost 132 ship transit per day, and also 2 different waters is very moving rapidly. Some researchers say it's like a river. This is also bad things for us, and also it is very difficult to make acoustic range, estimation of acoustic range, and we have to use the range test before the deployment of the receivers. And also very complex and multi-table permission process. And the opportunities with this array, we will cover 3 different seas and also 2 different straits. And also, we can collect the data the first time in the Black Sea. And also, this array designed to cover all of the life cycle of the importing aquatic animals to agents in the Black Sea. And also, this array can serve regional studies from the Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, and Turkey, as well as scientists from the other partners of Europe. Thank you for listening and invitation.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now up we have Dr. Joanne O'Brien from the Atlantic Technological University. Ready?
Hi everyone. So yeah, we're part of this project again, and we're very happy about it because it allows us to continue on with obviously the SeaMonitor array, but also to expand across other parts of Europe as well. So of course I'm okay, thank you. So yeah, just I suppose so with regards to the Straits project, we are going to be looking at marine mammals, specifically whales, dolphins and porpoises, but also to look at the soundscape. So this is where we can have applications to some of the directives that were mentioned this morning, Habitats Directive, Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and we can take a very policy-orientated approach at the very start of the project, which is very beneficial across the board. So just the Atlantic Technological University. We're very new. It's useful for us to even recap on this because we got very used to our GMIT, I suppose our area that we've been working in and from for a long time now. And so we changed last year. We're not an Institute of Technology anymore. We're Atlantic Technological University now. So we were amalgamation of a whole range of institutes in the west and northwest of Ireland. So that amalgamation now is ATU. We're multi-campus. We're based across 8
campuses in the west and northwest, so across 4 counties, Mayo, Galway, Sligo and Donegal. And we have a large number of study programs in operation. We have a large student cohort. We have over 20,000 registered students. We have staff of over 2,200, that's academic and support staff. And then we have our research, which is operational from 8 research groups across the 8 campuses. So one of these is where we're based. It's the Marine and Freshwater Research Centre. We're based in the Galway City campus in Galway. And the research that we conduct is always tried to be applied and policy relevant. So we operate across 3 very broad themes. The first theme there is enabling sustainability. This is an area where we have a cohort of researchers that are concerned with the sustainability of fisheries research and management. The next team we have is where we lie with the Straits project in conserving biodiversity. So we have a whole range of researchers here where we are looking at conserving biodiversity, looking at the impacts from human effects and how we can manage that and mitigate into the future. And then the third area is where we have technologies and researchers researching in this area, where we're trying to improve the productivity in the seafood sector. So very broad research areas within the Institute. Okay, so with Straits, it's a very innovative, ambitious project, taking into account all the things that we said for the last couple of days about the importance of collaboration. It's a huge collaborative consortium across partners. We're extremely excited because we have the chance to expand this to try and maybe put into context some of the results as well that we've got on SeaMonitor and compare that across Europe. Really important for critical things like looking at climate change, to look at the effects of anthropogenic noise, and they're the very specific areas that we'll be trying to use this program as a biodiversity monitoring tool, but to really expand on that and to look at how we can put what we have already known into context across the various different partners. So we are in the planning process at this point. We will have a 3-year postdoc working full-time on this project. Hopefully by this time next week, that person will be in place, or at least identified. We have interviews organised for next week. We have then obviously to go through the procurement of equipment and get ourselves set up. And then we have to plan with our partners what types of equipment will suit the various different locations. Obviously, we know that the SeaMonitor array, we can continue with the types of equipment that we have tried and tested there, and to keep building on that long-term monitoring program that's already in place, but then to establish these monitoring programs across the various different study areas as well. So again, all of that is going to be in the planning over the next while, so we're still in the early stages of that. I think the unique part of this project is the fact that we will target, so obviously we don't tag animals, we're putting out listening devices to listen for the sounds that they're producing so that we try and monitor based on the presence or absence of those animals. There's lots of limitations with that. There's pros and cons, obviously, but I think the fact that we will have the ability to look at the soundscape, we can not just inform ourselves about cetaceans in these areas, but we can start to give back to our partners about the ambient noise in those areas that they're working in and how it could impact not just cetaceans but all those other animals as well, because we have to look at these as we said earlier today and yesterday, is the ecosystem approach to this type of monitoring and management, and I think we're bringing something new to the table with that with regards to the soundscape monitoring. So it is very exciting, and we do look forward to what these results will look like. So passive acoustic monitoring, we have some equipment here today of what we have been using as part of the SeaMonitor program. The units down here in the bottom, we've already been talking about these, that because they're click loggers, they're extremely useful for species like harbour porpoise. Then we should give those possibly to our Danish partners who have lots of harbour porpoises at some of the study sites. So we will obviously try and plan out a very strategic monitoring program to target, the species that are at those sites, to make sure that we're not going to be sampling at low frequency for baleen whales where we're not going to be able to pick those animals up. So there is a good bit of planning still to be done, but it will be underway very shortly. Hopefully we'll get some equipment in the water this year as well, so we're being ambitious, but I think we have to with this type of project. Again, these are the types of, I have some sounds in here because we haven't listened to any nice sounds over the last few days, which is very strange for us, but obviously, we were caught for time yesterday, so we are a little bit again today, but I just very quickly flick through these. If we have the capacity and we have the skills and the knowledge within the team that we have across the partners, hopefully we'll be able to maybe generate detectors or algorithms that will be able to pull out some of this information. So not just cetaceans, that we actually could go in and find some of these detections, not just of tags, but maybe some of the soniferous fish. We have huge capabilities when we record the actual sound files at these sites, so we need to remember that. And then obviously we'll be able to look at threats. So when we look at acoustic monitoring, we're not just looking at trying to get the sounds of the animals themselves, but we can actually start to monitor some of those other sounds that we can look at the cumulative effects of these threats into the future. So I won't deafen you with the shipping noise. That seemed, I did think that could be a little bit loud for this time of day. Anyway, okay, we're looking at the soundscape. I suppose the thing is, when we first kind of hear about underwater noise or underwater sounds, we think about Jacques Cousteau's work and the quiet oceans, and long gone are those days now where we look at these type of schematics and we can see the complexity of the issues that we have. We can stand up here and talk and we can identify this type of threat and that type of threat, but I think when we look at these type of diagrams and see the input there, not just from the animals themselves, but we have lots of geophysical processes that are putting huge amounts of noise into the environment, and then we have all of those anthropogenic man-made sounds into that as well. When we try to, I suppose, graph those sounds and how we try to take information from them, some of these types of graphs are very important when we're looking at sound pressure levels. It gives us information on the various different types of sounds, but if you look at this, you can see on the blue parts of the diagram, or the blue labels, that's representing the lower frequency sounds, the ones that are more quieter, but all the way up to the orange where we have, the really loud, impactful sounds. And I think if we're trying to look at this on a broad scale, there's a huge amount of sound in there, and how do we start to categorize that, quantify that, report on that, and make decisions based on that. So it's such a complex issue, but it's something that we definitely will target as part of our work on Straits. I've put in some predicted outcomes. It's very difficult to do that at this point. We can be really ambitious, and we are being really ambitious with it. Obviously, it's models of these types of soundscapes at each of the various sites is going to give us huge amounts of information. It's going to give us information for whales and dolphins. It's going to give us information for the various fish species that our partners are going to be tagging. And all of that is where, when we report on this at the end, and we're providing this information for policy, I think this is where it can be really impactful. And I guess with SeaMonitor, we did touch on the noise aspect of it. We do have data collected that can be accessed and processed further, but we're definitely going to take that forward on this project, where we'll be able to compare across sites, study sites and various different species as well. Obviously, models of marine mammal presence will be very important and allow us to look at these trends, look at the various different environmental factors that are affecting the presence of the animals at these sites, build up our knowledge further, continue to monitor in the long term, because it's these long-term data sets that really will give us information into the future on how things are changing and what kind of impacts various different threats are having. We obviously will present at international conferences, partake in any type of media campaigns, social media that we can to get our results out there. It was highlighted this morning how important that is, and we absolutely agree. Peer-reviewed publications are important for us, but I think this project is going to open up opportunities, obviously with our partners, but it's also going to open up opportunities for us to collaborate with marine mammal scientists at the various different study sites across Europe. Sharing of data, sharing of past data, and the data that we'll be collecting as part of this is going to have a huge benefit into the future. And I've put arts and culture here as well in this, because we've been getting a lot of requests over the last while for acoustic data to be made available. There's events being run as various different ocean literacy campaign. Even we have young scientist projects now where we'll be getting requests for our acoustic data, because students want to try and design propellers that are going to be quieter in the marine environment. So it's all extremely important, and it's definitely something that we will be taking going forward to be part of this. So that's just a quick introduction to what we'll be doing, and obviously the planning is going to be taking place over the next while, and we really look forward to working with all our partners across Europe. So exciting times.
Thanks, Joanne. And next up, we have joining us from Flanders Marine Institute, it's Claudia Menezes. There you are.
Okay. So I'm Claudia. I come from the Flanders Institute for the Sea, or the Flanders Marine Institute. It's located in Ostend in Belgium, in case you didn't know. And I'm not going to go over again the objectives and the work packages of the STRAITS project, but I will talk a little bit more about the data management work package, because that's the one that Bliss is leading, as Bliss is the manager of the European Tracking Network data system. So the basic objective is to provide an e-infrastructure through the ETN data system that will centralize multiple types of acoustic animal tracking in Europe, and also to improve the system, as Kim mentioned, to make it fairer and to provide the tools for scientists and users to be able to download and access the data. And why is this important? More and more funding grants have been asking for a data management plan, and this aids in the reproducibility and the validation of scientific research. Having a data management plan and data into these open networks will help you to have a wider use of your data, leading to more visibility and to more citations. And in such a project like this one, where collaboration is very highly required, having a data management plan is in the base of the beginning of the project. So we have like 6 or 7 tasks within this work package, but I will only talk about 4, which I find the most interesting. So first is to create a dataset inventory, to upscale to the next generation data system, to perform a data injection into the ETN system,
and to provide new acoustic array that she mentioned, but also from data for projects ranging from 2002, 2003, or so on. This is very important data to be able to digitalize it and make it available for other users. And yeah, that is much better than for it to be in a hard drive or on the computer of a researcher. So if you have this type of data and you're interested in adding it to ETN, please reach out. I'm happy to help you add it, or I can add it for you if you want. And the second objective is to upscale to the next generation data system. So right now, ETN allows for the incorporation of acoustic tags and archival tags, and also for CPODs, but I forgot to add it there because we don't have the drawing yet. But within the STRAITS scope, we want to upscale it to other types of telemetry technologies. We will start with satellite data. We'll see how far we can go. Within this task, we will also want to improve the automation and the data flow from ETN. We have done some testing between ETN and OTN to share data between the two networks, but we want to make this consolidated and do it often so the data is not kept in one or other networks. We also want to improve the interoperability and reusability of the ETN data, and this we will do by doing regular exports to other biodiversity data integrators like Eurovis, but also to OBIS, GBIF, and EMONNet, like Pierre mentioned. The EMONNet biology will be interesting for them to have this data, I believe. And we also want to create metadata standards and data standards for acoustic tracking, well, tracking in general. And the last objective or subtask of this task is to improve the user friendliness of the portal. So this is how the landing page of the ETN portal looks right now. So you get a blue dot for all active projects and a red dot for inactive project or finished projects. And if a user would like to know more about the project, they will have to click on the circle, and then they will be redirected to a metadata file in the IMIS. IMIS is just a database of metadata. So we want to improve this by allowing a user to filter, for example, for all the projects within Norway they have tracked salmon or something like that. And then the third task will be to perform a data ingestion. So we will use the information compiled from the two previous tasks, plus the data and metadata from the new infrastructures to include it into STRAITS. So as Kim mentioned, we already have over 700 million detections into the system, so I can only imagine how much we are going to get from this. I'm very excited and a little bit scared about adding so much data, but we'll see. And then is to provide new data tools and products. So ETN gives access to the user to a RStudio server, where users can download data directly from ETN through the ETN-R package. So you don't need to download data every time into a CSV, but you can just have your script and run it as many times as you need to. But this package will need to be updated to be able to manage the new technologies and so on. Multiple users have asked for the creation of interactive data products, such as the map that Kim showed. They want to easily see, for example, in a map, where their tags have been detected in other arrays that are not their own. So we will provide a dashboard using a Shiny application. And lastly, we will create scientific data product and demonstrations, this together with the communication work package, to create digital stakeholder informing products like fact sheets and so on. And as it was mentioned yesterday and also today during the interactive session, It's important to turn scientific results into simple explanations for the public and for other stakeholders. So we hope to do that with this task. And that's all for me. If you will think that your data will be an added value to Straits and you want to take advantage of the infrastructure of ETN, just send me an email at claudia.meneses@bli, or you can also send an email at etn@lightwatch.be. And that's all.
Thank you so much. Oh, there, thank you. And finally for this section, please welcome back Ross McGill.
Hi, I'm Ross McGill. You may know me from other projects such as SeaMonitor, Waterside Greenway, Peace Bridge. Yeah, okay. We'll keep this brief because I know energy levels are sagging. I'm going to briefly go over Loughs Agency's role in this new project, and I'm going to expand your horizons and minds a little bit further and take it in a different direction if I can. So in seeing the bigger picture, so some people have said, oh, Straits, you're just doing SeaMonitor 2. Not really. We are going to put the SeaMonitor array out again for at least 3 years. This year, 2023, is going to be a bit of a gap year for us. We're thankful for that and thankful for the rest. But it allows us to catch our breath and take stock of what we got and what we've lost and refurbish things. But we also are fitting it into a more expansive program that Sarah and Diego are heading up within the agency to expand the telemetry and embed the telemetry program across the agency's catchments. We have our new science officer, Rachel Morgan, who's not here with us. She was here yesterday, and you probably met her. She'll be on the Straits project and helping out with that. So SeaMonitor array, Loch Foyle array, and McGilligan Gate going out. But crucially, we'll also be doing more with that. So we'll be passive acoustics again, but we'll also be looking to put environmental sensors and like ADCPs on that to pick up more data. We'll be looking, if money allows, not part of Straits, but other budgets, to bring in the glider use again from MI. We want to tag more stuff, okay, so not just salmonids, sea trout and salmon, but we also want to look at European eel and anything else we can get our hands on. And crucially, a new array is going out in Carlingford, which is a bit of a game changer down there, or adds to what's been done by other institutions like IFI and AFBI on the East Coast, okay? We've seen this before, but, you know, it's fish without borders, piscine sans frontières, if I haven't butchered that. That's sort of a tagline for Straits, I think. They don't know borders. This is the map everybody's seen, but if I can contextualize and take a further step back, you've been introduced to European Tracking Network, which I would all encourage you to check out and join. They have a even wider vision that this falls in, so Straits isn't delivering on the entire vision. There are other arrays that would fill in the network, crucially like the English Channel, down Messina Straits in that area. And there's even more that people have considered or thought of. So you have other areas of the ocean. There's Rob, I got your array on there. The big ambitious one, right? Imagine that. The Bergen-Shetland line, the Lennox line. We could, no, we're not. Imagine that, baby. Okay, that would be interesting. But read the paper. You heard it here first. But so that you know, Straits starts to build on the vision, and you know, when we are successful, we can maybe start to look at other areas to fill in with other ETN partners that come on board. Taking it back to our own seas, I think there's something in looking at how Europe has managed itself, because we like our borders and divisions here, right? Of course, there's borders everywhere, and Europe's no different. But they've gotten around that through things like the European Union and agreeing on certain principles like a common market, freedom of movement, right? If we look at our own patch, very rudimentary map. Blue is what's been delivered. Yellow is possible arrays in the future, and you can see the jurisdictional boundaries. But if we can agree on a few key principles that we're trying to apply to the Straits project, that we've tried to apply to the SeaMonitor project and others, if we can agree on principles like the European Union has, but in regards to scientific research with data sharing, sharing resources, these sort of things that would allow us to put in shared infrastructure and maintain it collaboratively, we can start to fill in some of this map with other pots of funding, and then it becomes really interesting. The other thing that STRAITS is doing that's different is it's applying some of the lessons learned with SeaMonitor, which is that you have to have, if you're going to the bother of putting these big scale arrays out, you don't want to be looking at just one species. You don't want to just have one type of technology on it. It's a platform for a variety of things and a variety of species to suit other people's needs, not just your own institutions. Interestingly, if you look at a map of the offshore wind farm developments, this is something Joanne brought to our attention at a meeting we had in October. And this is the benefit of collaboration when you get loads of different scientists from different disciplines in the room. Different ideas come to the fore. You can start to see how some of these arrays might start to address some of the spatial planning issues that the countries have when it comes to offshore renewables. So it gets back to the consortium and collaboration that we've all seen before, but I would say that this consortium is just the beginning, and that STRAITS very much needs people to hop on board here. Now, we don't have a lot of money to be transparent and open. We have less money to deliver the STRAITS project than we do for SeaMonitor. Now, that's not a criticism, that's the way chips have fallen. We have enough to get the basic infrastructure out, we have enough to start tagging in our own backyards. But we need, and there's a big effort, as Kim and others have alluded to, there's a big effort here to get other people tagging with us over the next 3 or 4 years, okay? So we need people's help to make this work, because the arrays don't mean much if you don't have a lot of stuff going by it, okay? The illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. I use this quote because we need to change our mindsets about how we do things. We need to change the mental models, okay? And we have to be open and willing to unthink what we've thought and relearn stuff that we thought we knew and that was concrete in our minds. It's not just about having the technical skills. Those robots are going to be replacing us for a lot of the odd jobs we do, okay? Fred will tell you that you don't have to send staff out at high expense and at great risk to their health and safety. This is going to change the game, but what we can do as humans that we can't do, that robots can't do, is we can strategize and we can think and conceptualize new mental models of how to do business. And that's the new literacy of the future. So this is what we're up to now. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. So we're going to have a very quick 5-minute comfort break. I'd like you all to come back in here. So go out, have a wee, have whatever you need. Grab a coffee, but importantly, bring it back to these tables so you can enter into discussion. We had our panel of experts up here earlier. We used Slido as a way of asking questions. Well, we're now reflecting this back on you. You can use the Slido again to raise what questions you think are the most important, but then within your tables you will discuss them, and we will come to some of you to try and see what you might have come up with solutions. So, see you back in this room at 3:35. Grab a coffee and come back. Everybody, please take your seats, bring in your coffee. We're going to restructure this ever so slightly, but we'll get kicked off and ready to go. Be with you in just one moment. Okay, everyone, we've been using technology. Slido should hopefully be up and working. We'll get it on screen and see the kind of questions which we want to find out from the crowd who are in the room here. These questions are not just going to be ones generated by the audience here, but are also ones that people care about in terms of the organizing of this conference. We want to know what you think. And because we can see our numbers have diminished a little bit, we're going to change the structure a little bit. We're not going to have table discussion, because otherwise you're going to be quite lonely, and we want to avoid that. So instead, the magic has happened. We've broken that fourth wall. I'm going to come round each of you. If you've got something you want to say in answer to any of these questions, just stick your hand in the air, and we'll make sure you get your voice heard. This is important not just for helping us learn from each other, but also to make even events like this that bit better, and maybe even help shape the Straits project as it goes forward. So, what is something new that you feel you've learned from the SeaMonitor project? Is there any, have you got a contribution? Because we know there's been a lot of people here from a lot of different angles. There must have been quite wide learning, and it might even surprise some sets of people here what other people have learned. If we've learned nothing, then, geez, we are in a bad way. Yes, please, sir. Would you mind telling us your name and then tell us what you've learned?
Yeah, I'm Diego. I kind of deployed the main array. One of the things I think I learned is that when you collaborate with people, things really happen. Like things that we never thought they were possible, it actually becomes possible. And the support of large support that you get, it allows to climb big mountains, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
So definitely the standing on the shoulders of giants and standing on the shoulders of the crowds is very true for Diego here. I'm okay with a bit of controversy. Anybody want to argue against that? No, that's a healthy way to be. Okay, what do we think will be the next steps for the implementation of management plans Yes. What will be the next steps for implementation of management plans developed through INTERREG projects? Who here can speak to INTERREG projects? And if we're not too sure, maybe you could say what you'd like to see. This is an opportunity for these people to hear from each other. Hey, Sim, please remember, tell everybody your name and where are you from?
Art Niven, and I sit on the SeaMonitor management plan group. And Ross didn't want to answer this question, or maybe he did, but my understanding is that it's going to go out for consultation. So, Ross, am I correct, or tell me if I'm talking nonsense? But there needs to be a consultation part to the management plans. So go out to stakeholders and get additional feedback and continue to refine the plans until whenever the deadline for the submission of them is, Ross. Is that correct? Yeah, and I guess if you weren't consulting widely, because while we're all kind of maybe from institutions, we're from state bodies, we're scientists, etc. There's an awful lot of stakeholders that have vested interest in the resources that aren't present here. We had some angling clubs present yesterday in relation to their partnership role within the SeaMonitor project, but maybe there's a certain skill to good consultation, and I would like to think that SeaMonitor will have the ability to continue the good communication and take it out to the broader stakeholder network as well. I'm just not exactly sure what that format will be.
Thank you, Art. So we can see there that there's a desire and a will in good form whenever it comes to these kind of consultations so far. We're very aware of the people who are not in the room, but consultation can start at home. Has anybody got anything they'd like to see in this? Because you will be taking notes, won't you? This is an opportunity. And if not, I suppose you can all get each other's email addresses and chat about these things as we go. Not all consultation is formal. Informal is allowed as well. Okay. Can you foresee your institution collaborating with STRAITS? That's what we really want to see. Will you be collaborating over the next 4 years? And if so, in what way? This is a chance to lay out your ambitions and also maybe even a chance to give a shout out for other contributions and collaborators you might want to see.
Yeah, oh, I'm so tired. Yes, I'd love to. I can think of some really good species, particularly down around Straits of Gibraltar, sunfish, blah, 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 blah. I've got to identify mechanisms for non-EU partners to chip into this. That's the thing I could do with advice on. If you can find the funding stream, I can come up with some ideas, for sure.
Okay, did you hear that? Find us funding. We have a will here, and there will be a way. Thank you. Do you want to use mine? Because it's right here.
Yeah, that one works. Yeah, that's a relatively easy question to answer. Yes, certainly Marine Institute will be collaborating in various ways with Straits, and also in the development of the next initiative to keep the kind of SeaMonitor kind of technology in the water and keeping it wet. One of the things we have, very similar to the Danes, is we have skin in the game with bluefin tuna, and the Marine Institute have tagged over 150 bluefin tuna with satellite tags, mainly in the Donegal area, but also around the Cork area. And we've had a lot of returns from those fish going into the Mediterranean and straight back 1 year later, right to the same spot they were tagged a year later. So we intend to expand our horizons a little bit with acoustic technology, acoustic arrays in Donegal Bay, and then seeing what we pick up on the Straits arrays. So there's definitely going to be collaboration there.
So 2 strong offers, and there's another on the way. Remember, please tell your name and then tell us what you plan.
I'm Kim, you just hurt me. So I think, yeah, I don't really need to say much more. But just in relation to the tuna, the ones that we get in Denmark are rather large, so a bit larger, I think, than the ones that you have in Ireland. And I'm saying this not to brag, but actually, I mean, 295 centimeters is a long fish, but it's this long-term monitoring, it's possible that your fish in a few years will be coming down to our waters. And I think, yeah, I think Straits is just the first step towards this kind of long-term monitoring of these large species. So your fish have a good chance, I think, of making it down to our waters. So it would be good, yeah.
And I'm Robert at Ocean Tracking Network in Canada, and we're definitely hopeful to be able to look at some cross-continental movements while supporting the Straits project. We'll be looking out on our arrays for bluefin tuna that come across the Atlantic, basking sharks potentially, lots of species that are being tagged as part of Straits and in Europe can come across to the arrays in North America, but very important that we continue to maintain a focus on having open protocols and the ability to actually decode those detections on our receivers.
Thank you. Anybody else want anything to add? I love the tuna shaming, by the way. That's Donegal tuna for shame now. Here we go.
Perhaps can I just mention something completely different? I'm reminded of it by John. In the context of these big framework programs from the EU, I think we have one major problem now as a result of how successful these programs have been. They are now so successful that we're utterly dependent on them. So the point John raised, if we're going to start looking at long-distance migrants, the long-distance migrants are not going to know that you have to have a partner in the EU in order to get some funding. So there's a nice model, I think, that we could follow, but I don't think it's the researchers, such as John or ourselves, that should be hunting for the solution I'm actually going to suggest. So there is an agreement between the EU, Canada and Ireland called the Galway Agreement. And that agreed that in the context of these big framework programs, if a consortium was funded through the EU, that the matching funds would be found within the research centres in the EU, or in the US and Canada. I think we need to be pressing the EU now in particular for them to start becoming proactive, to put in place systems so that we can then respond to those systems in terms of the countries that are out with our knowledge base at the moment in terms of the institutional knowledge we'd have of how they are funded. It's going to be impossible for single institutions to be able to figure that out, and it'll be messy and it'll be ineffective. Whereas if the EU are actually on the game, and hopefully Britain as well, when they've sorted out their arrangements between themselves, it's at that level I think it can be sorted. And then it means that if you do have a very attractive program, you have a mechanism for cooperation, because I don't think that mechanism exists now because the EU programs have been so successful. People have become almost complacent about the fact if you can find a way into an EU program, that's it. You can get your business supported.
Thank you very much. Anybody, anything? Can you still hear me? Anything, anybody else to add on that? Do we want to take it any further, actually, in terms of we can see how it might be other people have to make these really big moves, but what can we do ourselves? Anybody give further ideas in this? We'll come to you, Ross, and then we might move on to the next question. Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick point on taking a step back too. We've noticed ETN is a collaboration of researchers more than it is institutions. They're all attached to institutions, obviously, but I think there's an exercise within ETN and maybe within other people here today to get telemetry in this type of technology and work more embedded and thought of more highly in their institutions. I don't think it sits at the same level within everyone's institution how it's thought of, and I think it's probably a result of the technology being relatively new and untested into the last few years compared to oceanography and other technologies and disciplines. So I don't know what other people think about that, but it's taken a little while for the agency, and now we have a telemetry program. Others, like the Marine Institute and AFI, have been doing it a lot longer and see the value of it differently. I don't know about other European partners, but I get a sense that some researchers are left a bit adrift when it comes to this work, and their institutions could take it or leave it, to be blunt. So I think there's an exercise in making sure that the type of research we're doing and its value is more thought of highly before we take these next big steps forward, So institutional buy-in, I guess, would be needed.
Simple as that. Hey, I know we'll do our best. Okay, we're going to keep it rolling. Remember, if you've got any other questions you want to add to this, you can. Just use the Slido, and we will see them pop up right there. Again, keep it clean if you can. We're going to be more ambitious, because it says discuss in your tables. And as I say, our tables have kind of dissolved and merged. We're collaborating now across table. That's a true institutional buy-in. So can we have at least three top takeaways from this conference? I'm asking how this has changed you. You can get your lighters in the air if that's what you want. We can go full hippie in this. Actually, don't. This is a very old building, right? Any top three lessons? They can be personal. We don't all have to agree.
I guess it's maybe not so much a lesson because I wasn't part of the SeaMonitor project, but I think I'm just kind of inspired by what's happening and the fact that we are perhaps moving in the right direction. It's a scary world out there, but we're taking baby steps forward. And I just wanted to come back to something that Fred said earlier that I haven't really thought of before, and it's the fact that us as researchers kind of need to trust each other. We need to collaborate and not be hesitant to do so. And I think the ETN is part of this, and SeaMonitor was part of that as well, to kind of bring people together and maybe learn to trust each other and to collaborate and to do so for the sake of the environment, I guess. So, yeah.
Fantastic. We've got common cause. We will work together. That's one good takeaway.
I'm going to build on what Kim was saying. It is about trust and it's about data sharing. And the days of each institution, each organization being able to hold on to their own data and kind of not let anybody see it and, this is my little piece of the puzzle, that's gone, because the problems that we are facing are on a global scale, and we got to be in a position to share data, to learn from each other, and to collaborate, because as has been said a number of times, fish don't recognize borders.
Thank you very much. We can get at least one more thing, surely. Oh, yes, sorry. Thank you. Remember your name and where you've come from.
Colin Adams, University of Glasgow. I was just going to raise the issue of ambition again, because SeaMonitor was a very ambitious program. It worked, but we, in the process of doing SeaMonitor, we took an enormous amount of risk, I think, because we were ambitious. So I think one of the take-home messages should be, let's be ambitious again, because if it works once, it can work again.
Oh, we've got a fourth one. Good. I was hoping.
Yeah. Just one takeaway is that
we have not found a single big, easy fix cause for salmon at sea. I think people 4 years ago were under various delusions that they might take out a mackerel fishery, take out marine fish farming and the sea lice, and it would all be fixed. The ocean life of salmon is still complicated, but it's now at least some of that complexity is known, and there is a possibility using the Team Sky approach of small fixes, gradually tweaking away at some of the impacts that we do know and actually incrementally increasing our sea survival is possible. And that's perhaps one takeaway from SeaMonitor. Dealing with that partitioned mortality, some of it's close to home, some of that might be manageable.
Okay, I'm now going to try and badly sum up those things together. So first of all, scientists, we are good and we should trust each other. We should use that trust and share our data and our information. From that, we can be ambitious. If we build it, the fish will come. And we need to do this because there is no easy answers. Is that fair? All right. We have another, we've got an additional thing being added in. Let's get a bit meta about the event. Oh, sorry, which one are you wanting to answer here, Fred? One back. Sorry, we're going back. We've got one more takeaway. We're above the 3. Go for it.
Okay, in terms of thinking out of the box, we've all been thinking about what our detections are showing us and where the animals are. Point of fact, our arrays are covering broad areas and the animals are not in a whole lot of other places. Nobody is actually taking a look at those other places and saying, well, why aren't they there? What else could be going on in those places and driving things? So thinking outside of the box, coming back to the ideas of those big picture things that we could be presenting, that would be a really useful one.
Well, thank you. Okay, now onward and upwards. What has been your favorite aspect of this event? What else do you think we could improve? You cannot see the venue. If you want to hear Ross and the organ, that's afterwards. Sorry?
Yeah, the wine in the dinner. Yeah, it was pretty good.
It was good, good. I'm glad that was where that went. The wine and the dinner. There we go. Find people, give them wine, and collaboration comes, it would seem to be. There was no salmon on the menu. Is that a bad or a good thing? I can't tell. Both. It does depend who I ask, again, in this room. Was it a wild night? Anything else? Yes, Ross? Oh.
Just in terms of who is here, who isn't, I think we did a pretty decent job in inviting as broad a range as possible. We never get it perfect, and I think data managers are still missing. We still don't have it. I don't think there are any data managers here. And probably more policy and government, different agency reps. You know, I think the magic really happens at these things when you're, even to have maybe a more public-facing side of the event too, as was mentioned earlier, and how we communicate to the wider audiences. We were restricted with budget and time and everything, but those are things I think to think about for future events like this when we hold them, is how we can build them for different audiences, if you know what I mean, and make sure we get as wide a range of people hearing the message as possible.
Should we dig a bit deeper into that, actually, in your answers as we're going? We'll come to you in 1 second. We'd also love you to see and have a think about who else isn't in this room that you might like to see. We had a good list there, but there might be more.
This is actually a question to Ross. Do we know how many people joined remotely, or have we any numbers that way? Because there may have been people here we didn't know were here.
We'll get that to you.
Yeah.
We will find that out and report it by the end. Don't worry, we'll find out who is not here, or who's here virtually, I guess.
One thing I particularly appreciated was the shape and size of this was just about perfect. No concurrent sessions where you're actually missing things. Everybody was valued, everybody had a chance to present something, and everybody was able to assimilate the important things that people came here to present so that we were aware of what they needed us to be aware of.
Do we have that data yet? So we can find out while we answer our final question, unless Diego's got something else to add here.
Yeah, I feel I wasted my question before, so no. I think for me, I've been in many conferences, but this was the first time we were having a debate after the talks with actually people who makes the decisions, with the evidence, and it was so, I was fascinated because we always we wanted to speak the same language, we have the same understanding, and it's just for me a game changing of how.
One of those things they say, the democracy dies in the dark. So if we have all this visible and all good, it's bound to be good. Ross.
I don't have a question so much as I'd like to put somebody on the spot because I'd actually never really got a chance to talk to him much, but we have a podcaster in the room who's supported the projects from the very beginning. He's given time and space to Tommy Serafinsky. And now, we all make judgments when we see things crawl on social media and stuff. And I think what he does really well is, you know, you think you might know what his angle is, but it's not that. Do you know what I mean? And he's very good at presenting both sides of the story equitably and giving time and space to have those open conversations, which I think I like. So you hear the hunter's view and the angler's view, as well as the conservationists and the policymakers. And that's why he's here, because for our project in Compass and Marpam, he's given us a lot of time and space through his podcast. Other podcasts are available. I'm not, you know what I mean? But Tommy was always there from the beginning when we started, and it just has sort of fallen really well with that. So I'd like to hear what Tommy thinks, if you want to speak on anything about this week, you know.
I'll bring this over to you, Tommy. While I bring it over, I can give you our viewing figures, thanks to the team up there for telling us, for Joe and Co. So on Thursday, we had 103 people join us virtually, and today it has been 81. I'm going to take that as a personal slight, that drop.
Hey folks, Ross, thanks a lot for mentioning me. Yeah, I love the conference. Thanks for the invitation. And obviously, one of the previous questions, do I plan to collaborate? Obviously, I'm really looking forward to have people from Straits project on my podcast and talk about all the research and what we're doing. And for me, like some of you mentioned here, what was fascinating was to hear this people at the interface of science and policy, and researchers talking with the policymakers. I think there's a very important part of for the future, for conservation, for conservation of habitat and wildlife as well, to get this interface right and translate and communicate. And we had this conversation here that how important communication is, and the communication is the most difficult but the most important part of you know, any enterprise, anything that we want to move forward and do it. So this is what I'm trying to do with my podcast: facilitate communication and facilitate talking to wider audience and communicating those results and what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. I think I agree with you there. I know Sir Mark Walport said something which has really stuck with me, is that science is not finished until it is communicated, because we all have to share our data and our information and change the world. Now, we're running really tight to time, so we've got one final question for you all. And again, as policy has been something that's come up, I'm sure there are passionate views in the room. We can voice our ideas. Doesn't necessarily have to be realistic at this stage, or maybe what you want to see. What top 3 actions would you like policymakers to take based on your experiences in SeaMonitor? Would anybody like to throw out some suggestions? Even if it's 1 or 2, I don't think we have to go all the way till 3. Sure, please. And remember your name as well to us.
Robert Rosell, AFB. As a scientific advisor, it's not for me to tell policymakers what to do. It's for me to give them the information, hopefully, to help them make their decisions. But I don't mind if the combination of the people who make fisheries policy and fisheries law in Loughs Agency, Derry, Inland Fisheries Ireland, Marine Institute, the departments, come together, 2 or 3 key people from each one, and have a really nice dinner together somewhere, I don't care where, well-spent public money, discuss this lot, and harmonise salmon management and sea trout management across the borders in Ireland. That would make me very happy.
So if I understand that, actually, the key thing here is the harmonisation. You want this to be truly cross-border the way it has been intended from the start, I guess. Anything else to add? Otherwise, this is a bit of a damp place to end it, but I'm sure we can get one more. Yeah?
I'll try and finish on something positive then, seeing as Robert set it up. We're trying.
Well, good dinners seems to be a uniting theme as the final bits of feedback we've had from this. I think that brings us probably to the end of this. But before we do finish, there's a couple of things we have to say. First of all, this is only a start. You know, you've launched the whole new project. You've made some new friends. You've got some new ideas. So I hope that this is not the end. I think you'll do things like find out Tommy's address, so you can email him whenever you want to share some of your good work. That you'll find who's the policy maker. You're going to be over there. Perfect. So look, please hang around, talk to the people who you do want to. And finally, a massive thank you to everybody who's given up their time and their energy and contributed to today. Even if you were just sitting and listening, it is valuable to have you all here. Massive thanks to the Loughs Agency. And thank you all for coming. Bye-bye. We do have some exit music, we're pleased to say, because one of the questions was asked on Slido was, what was your favorite sea-themed tune? As you hear it play, please leave comfortably and